Hello, 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 everyone. I am losing my voice. All right. PG's losing her voice. Hey, Tracy, you are number one in here, girl. God bless. Much love. There we go. Tracy, number one. And Spunky is number two. All right. PG. Much love for Summer. Amen. God bless, girl. And oh, Miss Justice, number three, yes. Hey, PG. Hey, hey, hey. Much love to you, girl. Much love to you and prayers. God bless. And number four, Texas Brat Brad. Good evening, PG. Much love. God bless. Summer's Army. Um, to everyone in chat, prayers. Oh, that is beautiful. That's beautiful. God bless, girl. God bless. How is everyone doing this evening? The legendary, how you doing, sweetie? Let me see, Mama Homestead, how you doing? I'm going down through here, y'all. Oh, wow. All right, Mountain Mama Homestead gifted 5 Prayer Garden of America memberships. God bless. God bless. Ding, 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 ding. Right? Boy, that sure calls for the bells. Absolutely. That is a gift, girl, that will keep giving. I am so grateful. I'm so grateful you're supporting Summer's channel. Absolutely. God bless. God bless. Girl, you started this night off right, and I appreciate it. Absolutely. Ah, oh, Arctic, how you doing, sweetie? Welcome, everyone. Please be respectful in chat. Enjoy the show. And please hit that thumbs up for Summer's channel. Amen. Absolutely. I appreciate it if you do. I really would. I appreciate it if you do. God bless. Hey, Brenda, how you doing, hon? How you doing? Good to see you, Spirit. Good to see you. Let me get down through here. There's Joe. How you doing, sweetie? How you doing, Anna? There you are, girl. There you are, Nurse Cindy. How you doing, sweetie? Hey, PG mods in chat. Hey, hey, hey to you. Good to see you in here. Carla, good to see you. Suzanne, how you doing, sweetie? Beth Ann, good to see ya. Ah, there's our peas in a pod. Oh, that is beautiful, Anna. That is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful, girl. Oh, I appreciate that. Thumbs up. Much love. Amen. Good evening, PG. Justice for Summer and Monkey. Amen. Amen, Stephanie. Good to see you in here, girl. Good to see you in here. Little Dave, Blue-Eyed Dumpling. Good to see all of you guys. See here, how you doing, hon? Remember Don telling his boss of him? Oh, wow. Yeah, that's what we're going to talk about. Ha ha, PG playing Houdini. Right? I'm playing Houdini tonight. I make myself disappear. Shit. Right? Um, listen, everybody. That was my daughter. My daughter. She came in, held me up for a minute. Say hi to everybody. Say hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello everyone.
Yeah, that's my daughter, you guys. She's saying hello out there to everyone in the YouTube world. Um, we probably need to say it together, because then some people like the days that's hiding in the bushes right now be like, oh, PG's changing up her voice. She's saying, hello, everyone. Hello. Like a little kid. And she doesn't have no little kids. Yeah, well, here you go. This is for the day. 1, 2, 3.
Hey,
Hello,
everyone.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I can make myself echo, right? I can make myself echo in 2 different voices. Man, PG is brilliant. Right? That's what they'd be saying. She can make herself echo in 2 different voices. Yeah. And Joe says, hey, sweetie. Hey, sweetie to you, sissy. She says, hey, sweetie. They said, hi, little sissy. Ain't you going to come back and say hi?
Hi, everyone.
Tell them God bless and much love.
God bless and much love to y'all.
Oh, my daughter's beautiful. She's beautiful. Okay, now you gotta go away. You gotta go away. Go play somewhere. You can't hang out with your mama right now. I come hang out with you when I'm done here. Yeah. I don't like to run her off, but I'm sure she wants to run off anyway, right? She wants to run off anyway. I like to think I run them off, so it don't hurt my feelings when they really want to run off anyhow. Right? I spare my own feelings, you guys. Trust me. I know my kids. They don't hang out with their old mom. She wants to go get on the internet with her girlfriends. Watch some videos and probably stir her brothers up. Right? Stir her brothers up. So I hear all of that at the end of the night too, right? All the things she did while I was busy. I tell you, she gives them hell. She gives her brothers hell. That's for sure. They don't. My sons don't hide from me. They hide from their sister. Right? They be hiding from her. Oh yeah, that's what he said. That's what he said, RN. Absolutely, that's what he said, right? Mm-hmm. Absolutely. You know, um, before I get started, you know, should I just get started or should I do tell? Should I do the do tell or just get started here? You guys pick. Put a 1 if I should say the do tells. Put a 2 if we should just get started. I want to leave that up to you guys. Sharon said, let's get started. Let's get started. Oh, there's a lot of 1s. A lot of 1s. The 1s are out winning the 2s right now. Oh, yeah, Stephanie. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm going to tell you what. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. She did. She did. And that's one of my do tells. Oh, absolutely she did. Mm-hmm. I get started with the do tell. Yeah. The dances start off with a prayer. Hey, girl, we pray all the time in here. We be praying all the time. I tell you, I don't get into heaven probably because God ain't want to hear my voice no more. Right? That's the truth. Um, but yeah, after the live last night, I got to get a sneak peek into the crystal ball, right? And hey, crazy retired lady, how you doing, sweetie? And thank you for all you do, PG. God bless. 5-month member. Ding, 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 ding. Hey, girl, appreciate it. God bless. I appreciate you supporting Summer's channel. Absolutely. And we are family. We are family. Absolutely. We are Summer's family, right? We are Summer's family. And all of these missing children. Amen. Uh, oh, the legendary member for 8 months. Love you, PG. Ding, 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 ding. I appreciate it, girl. God bless. God bless. Thank you to all supporters of Summer's channel. God bless you. Amen. Hey, I appreciate that, Arctic. I appreciate it. God bless. Absolutely. Yeah. Um, Actually, I was able to get a sneak peek into things, and I'm going to tell you what. Boy, was they coming at us sideways, right? They was coming. I mean, we had the farm coming at us sideways, and we had Miss Fortune Teller, right, coming at us sideways too, the Ziggy Zigster. And anyhow, she's sitting over there hollering, and who is she? Who is PG? Who are you? Who are you, Ziggy Zigger, right? Who are you, Miss Ziggy? That's what I want to know. Why are you even out here? I mean, you went and married a number one suspect in a missing child's case. Make that make sense. Make that make sense, because now you are nothing but biased in this case. You can't be neutral in this case anymore because you have a dog in the race called Fred Hill. So you're the one that shouldn't be talking about Summer's case, period. Right? You made a mockery out of her case from the beginning. When I came to your channel, instead of letting me tell people what I needed to tell them and warn them about with the whales and everything, you was busy letting people attack me. You didn't care about Summer. You didn't care about information getting out for Summer to help Summer. What you cared about was your freaking channel getting your click, likes, and views, and all of your support. All you cared about was taking some old ladies for their retirement funds, which you did, like 3 of them that we know of. 2 of them with Jenna, and 1 just recently for a vehicle. So what are you doing out here besides, destroying people's lives? What are you doing? I think them people needed their retirement money. You promised to pay it back and you don't. The half of them is threatening to take you to court for what you're doing. What are you doing out here? And excuse me, but you was trying not to let people know who you was either. You was trying to conceal your identity. Benny Keys is the one that caught on to that, but that was your own fault because you had your Cash App or Venmo or PayPal, probably all 3, in your name, right? In your name. Absolutely. I'm going to tell you, I really, I was thinking, like I said last night, it's like flipping a coin, right? Flipping a coin. Whose side would she take? If Fred confided something, if Fred did confide something, in her, would she tell it? I said it would be like flipping a coin. I don't know. Well, I'm going to tell you, after last night, I think I know. I think I know she wouldn't. I think I know she wouldn't. Hey, spicy watermelon, I'm bringing you up, girl. How you doing? How you doing, beautiful?
Howdy, PJ. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Doing good.
I was gonna say, spicy watermelon might be coming down to Nashville
Oh,
or
cool.
Tennessee. Well, I don't know what is with the water down there, but I've seen some of the country singers you guys had from out there, and I gotta say, it's enough for me to come out and see some of the live music and things like that. So, to my American friends, you might see spicy watermelon soon in Nashville. So, if you do see
All
spicy
right.
watermelon, come down. Don't be hesitate to come up to me and say hello. So.
All right,
Very nice.
girl. I heard that.
I was also gonna say, PG, keep up the hard work and everything, and I hope you had a very good long weekend. And yeah, I really enjoy your shows when I can catch them. But I gotta go soon. I have an event to go to, but I just thought I would come up and tell you I'm doing all right. And yeah, I just love the Southern accent, and I can't wait to experience the real thing really soon.
Amen. Hey, girl, you
Okay.
go out. You have a good time. Be safe.
You too. Bye bye. Bye PG. Bye chat.
Hey, God bless. Much love. She is a sweetheart. Beautiful. She's a beautiful girl. Beautiful girl. PG, why did Fred have 15 kids in his house? I read that today. Um, if it wasn't a birthday party, I can't answer that. Right? If it wasn't a birthday party for one of his kids, when they had them before they lost them, I don't know. I don't know. I could try to ask Laura. I try to ask Laura that question. And see if she'll answer. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know that he did. I don't know that he did. Oh, where's the recording of Fred saying what? Listen, I did hear Fred say that on June the 15th. Now listen, you guys, something's wrong here. Something's wrong here. And I will play the recording out the next time. The next time I'm up here. I will play the recording out. Oh, looky there, Fred's Army. Fred's Army. Oh, it's in the back chat here. Looky there. And wow, look at Fred's Army brushing. Can't even get it together. Hey, Fred's Army. You ain't going to win nothing like that. Let me see. Anybody notice that ceiling? They run away. You see them run away? Coward. They ran away. Oh, if you calling me bad name, calling me a Jew, calling me the N-word in the back chat. Oh, calling me a loving Jew. Hey, baby, I'm going to tell you what. That is no insult. That is no insult. Calling me a Jew, that's a compliment. I appreciate it. All right. That is a compliment. That is definitely a compliment. And if that N-word is for the culture, that's a compliment too. That's a compliment too. If it means, what the dictionary says, you're ignorant. Well, I might take offense to that. Right? I might get offensive about that one. Since I think I'm so brilliant. Oh shit. And don't seem like I'm taking offense to that either. That's for sure. Because I consider the source, right? I consider the source. Oh, yeah, they need to get better Wi-Fi, right? I It sounds like their support's been cut off. Sounds like their support's been cut off. They can't afford the good Wi-Fi anymore. That's funny as hell. Right? Somebody sounds like they already went Cocoa for Cocoa Puffs. Oh, shit. They cracked me up. Oh, crap. Sounds like one of my kids might have exploded a soda in the freezer. I hope not. Right? I hope not. Because you know who got to clean it up, right? I've told them a million times, don't put sodas in the freezer and forget about it. Oh, what good does that do? Right? I could just save myself some brain space. I could save myself some brain space if I just don't go around, telling them not to do something that I know they're going to do. Right? I could use that brain power in better places. What a waste. Fred's Army is the one who reads cards by looking at the back for meaning and holding. Oh, shoot. Hey, I don't get into any of that woo woo shit. Hell no. I don't get into it. I don't get into it, you guys. Absolutely not. But yeah, that's what she was doing. That's what she was over there doing. Is who is PG? Why is she out here? Why are you out here? I was forced out here, right? I was forced out here from your channel, right? I was forced to come here and start a channel for Summer, to get out what needed to be get out for her, right? To get out what should be gotten out here. I was forced. I started a channel because I cared. I started a channel, Ziggy, because I cared. Why did you start yours? For the money. For the money. You know it. I know it. We all know it. Big damn difference, isn't there? Big damn difference between these channels. Because this one started because we wanted to get out the information needed for Summer. And we couldn't do that on your channel. We couldn't do it over there. Why? Because you were evil. You were evil. You knew what you were doing. You let those people up to attack, and you did to me what Day Day did to Ernie the other night. You did to me what they did to Ernie. You kept letting people up to go sideways, knowing they're going to go sideways. You were teaming up. Running a big crap show instead of caring about the information needed to get out there for this baby's sake. That's what you did. What you did is you delayed Summer being in the spotlight. You didn't care about Summer being in the spotlight. You didn't care about Don and Candace putting her into the dark, them coming out, trying to not talk about her, letting her fade into the background. And while they talked about religion, while they talked about everybody else in the community, while they talked about everything but Summer, while they was talking about them, making it about them instead of her. At the time she needed to be out here the most, you didn't care. You didn't care about that. All you cared about was making that dollar. That's it. And that's why this channel exists right now. That's why this channel is here. because you didn't care. You didn't care. You were too busy taking 2 old ladies to the cleaners. Remember? Remember they were calling Jenna, crying on Jenna, and Jenna was trying to get you to talk to them, to calm them down, to reconfirm that you're going to pay them back, that their monies wasn't lost. Remember that? Remember the hell you put Jenna through? Yeah. I bet you don't. I bet you don't, because you don't care what you put people through. You didn't care what you put PG through. You didn't care what you put Summer through. You didn't care what you put anyone through. You don't care what you put this whole community through by marrying a number 1 suspect in Summer's case. Somebody inside Ben Hill Road right there. People inside that Ben Hill Road are suspects. Don and Candace are suspects. Graham Mall is a suspect. Jody Sue and Andy, suspects. Laura and Fred, suspects. These people are all connected. All connected. Jody Sue was lying for Candace that day, saying, I heard a scream. I heard a scream. And she had that scream an hour off. And Candace called her up to say, hey, change that an hour later. You got it coming too early. She said, oh, hell no. They didn't believe me the first time. I'm not changing that scream. Well, that means Jody Sue had a dog in this race, lying about a scream. And Candace was down at Fred Hill's house between 3:30 and 4:30. 3:30 and 4:30. She's down at Fred's house. And when Chad Arnold got there, Candace was in a vehicle alone. Summer wasn't with her. Actually, Summer was missing. She told Chad Summer was missing. And ain't it funny, Summer came up missing right when Fred and Laura's pulling out of there, taking off. They're taking off to a scrapyard. That's when she comes up missing. We thought she came up missing at 5:30, 6 o'clock. Not between 3:30 and 4:30. Down at Fred's house. We didn't know that. Well, we know it now, right? We know it now. Absolutely. Of course we know it now. I'm going to tell you something. I don't care. I don't care if she's married to Fred. Right? I don't care about her. Because she wasn't ever for Summer. She wasn't ever for Summer. She was for herself. She wasn't going up on Ben Hill Road to get information for Summer. She's going up on Ben Hill Road to get herself a dog for everybody to support so she could bring in more money. She's going up on Ben Hill Road to take Fred away from Laura so she can have somebody to lay around with for a while, right? For a while. How long, I don't know. That's what all that shit was about. It wasn't about Summer. Absolutely not. Who am I? I'm going to tell you who I am. I'm a bona fide lover of Summer Moon Utah Wells and every other missing child, just like Summer's whole army is. Who am I? I'm the person standing up along with Summer's army for Summer, for these other missing children out here. Who am I? Someone that really does give a damn, like the rest of Summer's army that's out here every day wanting the answers to what happened to this child. That's who I am. That's exactly who I am. I am Summer's army. That's who I am. Everyone in this chat, that's who they are. They're Summer's army. That's who we are, Ziggy. Get it straight. And we ain't going nowhere till this baby's found. And we're not marrying no number 1 fucking suspects in this case. And we're not going to stand up and go sideways at everybody because we don't want them talking about our husband. Our freaking criminal-minded, freaking just got free bird out of jail husband, who we can't even bring home because he's in a rehab for a whole year. That, that's who we're not. That's who we're not. We're not you. That's for damn sure. Right? I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you right now. I have watched. I don't usually watch Ziggy. I do not watch her channel very often. Once in a great while. I pop in and and try to get past the person she really is. But I can't. And therefore, I don't watch her very often at all. But I can tell you this. She is not for the children. She's for herself. I can tell you also, I've seen her fidgeting, like she sits in this chair with the blanket, or, and she just moving around, right? And I've even seen her pick her arms and pick her face and pick what seems to be scabs, right? And we know what type of people have scabs. So, I'm not going to say no more about, I'm going to tell you, when you're fidgeting like that, can't sit that self still, something ain't right. Something just ain't right, right? When you can't, when you have to hit the people up in the chat and say, can you pay my rent? Can you send me some DoorDash? Can you do this? Can you do that? That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable out here. You should not put Summer's Army in that position to have to say no. You know how hard it is for people out here to say, no, I can't do that. They shouldn't have ever been put in the, in that space to have to say no. They shouldn't have even been asked. I mean, it is up to every human to be paying their own rent, to be paying their own utilities, to be paying their own stuff, right? To be paying everything for yourself. I mean, come on. What are you, a freaking bum? Oh, looky there. Fred up. Let's see who it is. Let me see who this is. I can get their IP right here. Hold on, I'll run them. Oh. All right. Oh, take off, huh? They take off. Yeah, I tell you what. Listen, you guys, listen. And also, do you know who Green Eyes is? I'm going to tell you what. You don't want to know who Green Eyes was? Green Eyes was Ziggy's ex-old man, the guy that died, the one that passed away. Yeah, that's who Green Eyes was. He called me. He called me all the time. Actually, we become good friends. And he passed away. And Ziggy's Green Eyes now. Ziggy and Fred has taken over Green Eyes. That's Green Eyes now, is Ziggy. And she puts out all this BS, right? She puts out all this BS. Oh, Who is Prayer Garden? You gotta wonder if Prayer Garden's got summer and all of this BS. Right? Shut up, Ziggy. I know it's you. I know it's you because I talked to your ex-old man. Matter of fact, I probably could have moved in on your ex-old man if I would have wanted to. If I'd have been scummy like you are, I probably could have. But who would want that piece of garbage? He was a freaking demon. He was a demon just like you. And I knew it. And I knew it. But you know what? Good to get the information I got out of him about you and about you being on Ben Hill Road and about you having your daughter up there. Oh, yeah. He sent me a picture. He sent me a picture, Ziggy, of your daughter out on Ben Hill Road. Yes, he did. I want you to know that. He wanted everybody to know what garbage you was up there hanging around Hill's house and on Ben Hill Road with a child when children shouldn't even be around there. Right? But then again, you don't really watch your children, do you, Ziggy? Because your child's at home while you're in Tennessee alone. Your child's at home alone while you're in Tennessee messing around with Fred. Right? We all know that too. We all know that too. Yeah. Green Eyes has passed away. That was Ziggy's ex-old man. He is no longer with us. The real Green Eyes now is Ziggy. Ziggy had this guy going around attacking me, attacking Jody Sue, attacking all kinds of people. Yes, she did. That's the kind of evil human being she was. Having this person attacking us, right? Yeah, she did. You know, Ziggy is no saint, baby. Let me tell you that right now. And she wants to sit around and talk about God. How are you going to, you should keep God off your lips. You shouldn't even mention God, period. When you're sitting over there playing with some woo-woo stuff. Right? You can't do that. You can't do that. Either you got to be evil or you got to be righteous, baby. There is no Mr. in between. You got to make up your mind which one you want to be. Because God ain't even going to hear you when you're flipping those cards. You can forget it. You can forget it. And you're looking old. I'm telling you now, you're looking old. You looking bad. That's what you're looking. You look washed up. You look washed up like somebody needs to hang you out to dry. Yeah, took note of that too. She be looking really bad. She looked like she like 90. She looked like old Grandma Moses, right? She looked like old Grandma Moses. Yeah, she does. All wrinkled up and shit, wearing them glasses. Big as hell, right? Yeah. She be looking old and wrinkled. That's just nasty. That's nasty. And then she be picking her scabs, wiggling around in the chair. And she got this freaking dog and she's doing some weird stuff, ain't even petting it. She just got her hand up above it like she's petting it, but she ain't, acting all crazy and slinging it around. And man, I bet that dog's dizzy, right? I bet that dog's all dizzy after she get done with it. Shaking it around, moving it this way, moving it that way. I'm like, whoa. She has to sit there and do that because she ain't got her freaking, in my opinion, that fix yet, right? Ain't got that fix yet. That's what it is. She be jonesing. But don't ask who we are. Because everybody knows who we are. We're an army out here for these missing children. We're here for all the right reasons, not the freaking wrong ones, right? It's true. She is. She's a saggy granny. That's what she is. Right? Oh, saggy granny. I'm like, what the hell? What the hell happened to you? Right? Girl, look like you got out on the freeway and Looked like you done got out on that freeway and 18-wheeler came by. Didn't miss. Right? Didn't miss. Like, whoa. Damn. I don't know. I don't know. Terrible. Terrible. You know, Ben Hill Road take you downhill quick. Ben Hill Road, man, I'm going to tell you. I'll tell you right now, there's a curse up there. There's a curse up on that road. There's a curse up there. Take you down like Grant took Richmond, right? You go in there fiddling around with those people. You go in there fiddling around with those people, man, and you ain't ever looking normal again. Look at Benny. Look at Benny Keys. Look at all of those people went up there. Look at them. I hate to say it, but even Bullhorn Betty, right? Even Bullhorn Betty, she went in there looking like a spring chicken and came out looking like an old duck. Like, what the hell? What the hell? I don't know what the hell that road does to people, but they something evil on it. Right? Like, damn. Look at Cam and Allie. Man, they still ain't recouped. Benny Keys ain't recouped. None of these people seem to be recouping. I'm like, shoo. This is insane. Absolutely insane. Yeah, none of them's telling the truth. None of them's telling the truth. That is so, Tea Time, you are so right. You are so right. Yeah, I'm going to tell you, there is no money in this world. No money in this world worth not doing something right. Right? I'm going to tell you, I'm a true believer. I'm a true believer that an honest day's work deserves an honest day's pay. But these people ain't doing the honest day's work. None of them's doing the honest day's work. And when you ain't doing the honest day's work, then, you know, don't expect an honest day's pay. You shouldn't even be getting paid at all. You shouldn't be getting paid at all, is how I feel. You know. But I'm going to tell you, your chat is not your bank account. Your chat is not your bank account. You know, your chat supports the channel. They support the children. That's what they support. They support the missing children. They support the missing children's channel so that you can keep opening this up and coming out here and doing what you do. But they don't support your rent and your gas and your electric. And if you need a new vehicle or you need this or you need that, you know, they're not supposed to put food in your stomach, clothes on your back, and a roof over your head. Hell to the no. I mean, the people out here, man, we all having a problem keeping a roof over our own head, right? We're all having a problem paying our own bills, buying our own damn food. What the hell makes people think we want to buy theirs? You know, has anybody looked around yet and figured out that, you know, our country's in a lot of trouble? Our country is, you know, jacking up the prices to almost we can't afford it anymore, right? I mean, you have to crawl every day just to survive. You got to crawl every day just to survive right now. Look at the gas prices, right? I mean, you go out and buy a new tire. Go out and buy a new tire for your vehicle. You know what you're going to hear? You're like, whoa, that much money for a tire, right? That much, wait a minute. Tires used to be, well, that used to be, you know, you got to pay for the gas that brings it here, and you got to pay for that makes it, and you got to pay for, it's like, what the hell? I just want to pay for the tire, man, right? I just want to pay for the tire. What the hell are you talking about? I got to pay for all this other stuff. You know, what the hell are you paying for? If I'm paying for all of that and I'm paying you too to put it on, where do you come in all this? You know? Oh my gosh. This is crazy. What the heck? This is insane. Now we got Candy Cane trying to show me some chicken. You got some chicken? Or is that a pizza? Is that your pizza, Candy Cane? Candy Cane got a meat lover's pizza. She got a meat lover's pizza that Day Day's looking in the refrigerator, her and Don trying to still find it and it ain't there. Now we know where it's at. Now we know where that meat lover's pizza is in your envelope right there. You just wanted to clear the air, let them know where it's at. Against the servants of Christ for the what the heck? Somebody named Sophia says she's been blocked in the chat for absolutely no reason. Not sure who blocked me or why, but I'm polite wherever I go. Did someone block Sophia? Could somebody give me some insight on Sophia? Does anybody know anything about Sophia being blocked? Fred has many ladies on his Facebook friends. Oh, I bet he does. I bet he does. Fred's even got PG, which, you know, I wouldn't care if he didn't. I wouldn't care if he didn't after everything I've learned, right? I wouldn't care if he didn't. Haven't ever heard of her. Yeah, I ain't heard of Sophia either. I don't even know who she is. I mean, I might. Can't remember. I got so many children, man. Sometimes I forget their names. Ever heard of her, PG? I don't know either. I don't know either, you guys. I just know she said her name's Sophia. Sofia, right? That's Sophia? Yeah, sure it is. That's what she says her name is. I don't know. Oh no. She claims somebody blocked her. I check and see if she's on the block list or not. I know it wasn't me. I didn't block her that I know of. You know, sometimes you get blocked because you're trying to hit one person and get somebody else. I do that all the time. My moms get pissed off at me. They're like, PG, you just blocked the wrong person. One night I blocked one of my mods. I had to give them back their wrench, right? I had to give them back the wrench. But anyway, what I'm in here tonight for, and the detail on the farm. They was all running off too, right? I heard they was talking about my kids again. I heard they was talking about my children again. Like, what the hell? Why you gotta talk about somebody's kids? Why you gotta talk about somebody's children for? You know, that ain't righteous. Be talking about somebody's children, especially when they're underage. I mean, if my children were of age, it would be one thing. But when my children are underage, you don't talk about them, right? You don't talk about them. Now, if they were grown adults, be my guest. I don't care. But when they're underage, really? You're going to go talk about somebody's kids when they're just little kids? That is insane. But yeah, they're talking about my kids again from what I heard. I don't know. Just what I heard through the grapevine. Right? What I heard through the grapevine. I have. That's another one, right? Another one that ain't for Summer. Oh, she's worried about Dawn's. She's worried about Dawn and Dawn's health. She ain't worried about Summer. She ain't worried about where Summer is. She don't care about Summer. She worried about Dawn. And she's worried about Mother Freaker still here, number one suspect in his own child's missing case. That's who she's worried about. Are you freaking kidding me? Make that make sense, you guys. Make that make sense. Anyway, I wanted to go over some stuff. Give me just 1 second. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm back. I I had to I had to I had to go make sure I heard a little bit of commotion. I had to go see what my daughter was um she giving her brothers some trouble. But actually she was just talking a little loud. Um Everything was cool. Everything's good. But they're playing game machine. They got a little loud with it. So I had to if I can hear it, I go check because it means it's getting real loud. So you have to excuse me tonight, you guys. Um, and the Day was in the backstage. I seen her. I seen the Day in the backstage, right? And now Mother Jones is in the backstage. Mother Jones, let me see you. Let me see you. I gotta see your face, not your shirt. Oh, you ain't gonna let me see you, huh? Mother Jones says, Summer is alive and well. So why don't you move on to Sebastian Rogers? Um, Mother Jones, if you know this, then why don't you come up on panel and explain how you know it? Why don't you come up on panel and tell how you know it? Because you don't. Because you don't. And we ain't moving on to anyone's case. We're staying right here on Summer's case until she's found. Let that be alive or unalive. We're staying right here until Summer shows up. You want us to move on to another case? Well, Use your knowledge to produce summer. Use your knowledge to produce summer. If you know this, then you know where she's at. You know where she's at, then produce her. Bring her forth. And then this will all be over. It'll all be over. And I also want you to know that anytime you come up and leave comments like that in the back of a chat, your IP address is linked to that comment. And when this comment gets turned into TBI and the feds, your IP address will be tracked and they'll know exactly who you are that came in the back chat to say that. And they may knock on your door wanting to know how you know this information. So be careful when you don't know something. Don't be in there writing it. Yeah. And don't be a turd pop sucker for the whales and do their evil deeds. Or you might have law enforcement knocking on your door and they're just going to be sniggering and laughing at you. They ain't going to care if you get in trouble. Because that's who they are. That's how they are. I know who and how Don and Candace Wells are. Way better than you ever will. Trust and believe me. These people don't know the Wells. They don't know the Wells, you guys. Hey, Young at Heart, I appreciate that. I appreciate it, Young at Heart, because of YouTube member. Became a YouTube member. Okay, PG, man. I'm gonna tell you, I cannot lie, y'all. I ate some extra brownies coming in here tonight because I figured it's gonna go the way it's been going, right? I figured it was. I prepared tonight. I don't even care. All right? I don't even care. I'm not going to get upset like I did last night. I want to tell you, hell to the no. Hell to the no. They had me upset last night. I was like, oh no, not tonight. I'm going to be chilled. I'm going to be chilled out tonight. And I am. I am. PG just sitting back like, I was sitting back. I'm freaking riding high. That's for damn sure. I'm like, I ain't doing round two. I'm not doing round two of last night. Ain't no way. I'm going to sit up here and laugh at them tonight. I'm going to laugh at the turd pop suckers up in those bushes, right? Up in those bushes talking about my kids. Shame on you. Shame on you, Day Day. Shame on you. Talking about somebody's children. Man. Psh, ain't that crazy? That's insane. But she talking about my kids, man. She talking about her best, right? She talking about her best. My best too. My best too. I'm going to tell you what. I thank God every day. Hey, PG didn't have no hand in how good my kids turned out. That's all God right there, baby. All glory to God. All glory to God with my kids. And I know it. I got some good kids. My daughter, she a little bit like PG. Right? My daughter, she's a little bit like me. Man, when my mother said, I hope you have one just like you, woo, boy, did her wish come true. Right? Did her wish come true? I was thinking, why you want to wish that on me? Why you want to wish that on me? I'm still wondering why she wanted to wish it on me. I guess so my daughter could keep my blood pressure up, right? So she could keep my blood pressure up, keep me alive. She keeps me alive and kicking.
You said you had.
Where the f*** you get that shit from?
Don, you said you had videotapes of me.
What happened? What? What did you say about me? I have videotapes of Josh, apparently. What the f***?
I don't know why you're laughing.
Holy
You're the one that said it.
Are you serious?
Don, you said.
How do you know that I said that? Why would I say that?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Number one, I don't lie, bitch. You get that shit from?
Don, you said you had videotapes of me.
What happened? What did you say about me? I have videotapes of Josh, apparently. What the f***?
I don't know.
Now listen, you guys, listen. Day Day said Day said that Candace wasn't interacting. Remember last night she tried to lie? She tried to lie and say that Candace has earbuds on and she was probably talking to someone else. Remember that? Oh, PG, she probably was talking to someone else. She don't know what Dawn's doing. Right here. Listen to this.
What did you say, baby? I have
What is he saying, baby?
videotapes of Josh, apparently. What the?
I don't know.
Oh, no, she ain't got earbuds in, baby. She's got all ears with Don Wells right now. Interacting with Don Wells. So keep that in mind today, because I know you're in the bushes.
Why you're laughing?
Holy
You're the one that said it.
Are you serious?
Don, you said.
How do you know that I said that? Why would I say that?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Number one, I don't lie, bitch.
Yes, you lie all the time, Don Wells. You lie all the time, right? You make people look like an ASS and you laugh your backside off when you do. Just like when you told Day you lost your job because of Molly Golightly and Bullhorn Betty and all of them people that came, and you didn't, and you're laughing yourself stupid because Day was naive enough to believe you and to go at people sideways, for you and your damn lies. And why don't you tell her the truth? Why don't you tell the truth and shame the devil, Don Wells, before it's too late? Why don't you tell her the truth? That no, you got transferred. You got transferred to a different location, and you were still working strong at the time after they left. When they were there and after they left, you were still working for Tucker, and you know it. I talked to you at work. Candace said, oh, I said, why didn't you go to work with Donald, Candace, when she called me up? And she said she didn't go to work with you that day because you were going by Fred's, and that she was afraid of Fred. And she wasn't going to be going to work with you if you were going by Fred's house. So you were stopping by Fred's house that morning, Don Wells. And that was after Bullhorn Betty and them were up there. It was during the week after they were up there. You were down there stopping at Fred Hill's house in the morning before you went to work. So shut up. And that's what Candace personally told me. And you called me from work. You called me on your way to work and everything else. And I said, I thought you supposed to got fired, Donald. And you said, no, they've moved me to a different location, Sissy. I got moved to a different location. Those idiots think I got fired, but I didn't. Don't tell nobody. That's what you said. Tell the truth. I'm going to tell you something. You got a heaven to gain, a hell to shun. You really need to start being honest and quit making people look like an ass because they believe you. It's wrong. I don't even care for Day, but I don't like you making her look like that. I don't like you causing people to dislike her with your lies. You need to stop it. And you and Candace both know that's what you're doing to her. You guys are feeding her crap and having her go at everybody out here sideways because you want to take her channel down because she said ugly things about you and Candace. And you can't get past it. Why don't you tell her the truth? That she said that she believed you done something to your daughter, and that she even believed Candace did something to Summer. And what the hell was she talking about? That camera, putting it on Summer's private, and who was behind that? Who was behind that? Oh, I think it was Can behind that. What kind of mother does that? I got a question about Can. I think Can. You can't get past what Daisy said evil about you guys, and your honor, and you're making all of these people out here dislike her, and you know what you're doing. You know what you're doing to her, And, I don't even care. I don't even care because she kind of deserves it. She deserves it by sticking up for 2 number 1 suspects. She kind of deserves what's happening. To be putting up with you two and sticking up for you two freaking number 1 suspects in your own missing daughter's case. And you guys ain't going to tell her nothing. You ain't going to tell her anything. She ain't going to get one shred of a damn thing from you or Candace. Not one shred of a damn thing. All she's going to get from you two is used, abused, and hung out to dry. Just like Allie, and it pisses me off. It pisses me off, you guys. I watched him do it to Cam and Allie. I watched him do it to Benny Keys. I watched him. I knew those people was going to get rolled off the hill before they did because Don Wells laughed his ass off and said, watch him. Watch him, sissy. Watch me roll them off this hill. As soon as they're no use to me anymore, they're gone. Yeah, that's what he told me. And it was true. I knew they were getting rolled off the hill. Go back and watch my videos. I said that Cam and Allie's getting rolled off that hill, and they did. And I said before Benny did, he was. And he did. How do I know all of this? How do I know all of this, you guys? How could I have told you? Well, because these 2 fucks right here were telling me. They were telling me. And they were seeking to destroy Day Day. They're going to take, they were seeking to destroy her channel because of, how they treated them. And Don Wells, if he really told that Christine what he's thinking and how he feels, she wouldn't want to talk to him no more. She wouldn't want to. I'm going to tell you what, these 2 love to get people, and Don and Candace they think they're 2 big cats, and these people out here are mouses, and they are tossing them around, and these 2 are bonding. They got a sick bondage going on. These 2 are bonding as they toss these people around. They're laughing and laughing and laughing at how ignorant these people are to believe their bullshit. And, I can't warn people no more than what I do. And I don't care if they believe it or they don't, because I know the truth. Don and Candace knows the truth, and God knows the truth. And that's all that matters to PG. That's all that matters to me. We know the truth. Don't we, Donald? Don't we, Candace? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. So it is what it is. But, do I feel sad for Day Day? Not really. Not really. She deserves it. She deserves it because she's the type of person that does not learn. She does not learn, right? You could stick it in her face and she'll fight it. She'll fight it. Day Day's problem is she can't admit when she's wrong. She can't admit when she's wrong and pull out of it. And, that's her problem. So stay in it. Be bullheaded and stay in it. Because the only one losing here is her. Right? The only one losing is her. And the missing children she could be covering. The missing children she could be for. They're losing too. They're losing too. But, she didn't come out here for them. She didn't come out. I would have mentioned them first if she'd have came out here for them. But she didn't come out here for them. Because if she really came out here for the missing kids, she wouldn't have ever been supporting Don and Candace to begin with. Right? She wouldn't have ever supported them. Because when you're really here for the victim, there ain't nothing going to move you to support anything else. Nothing's going to move you to support anything else. People say, oh, PG repeats herself. Yes, when it's worth saying, I do. When it's worth hearing, I will repeat myself. Just because you heard it, maybe someone else didn't. And I want them to hear it too. Because it's worth hearing. Just the way it is. Oh, yeah, she did. She talked about me and this chat awful. Awful. Absolutely awful. But, this is, you can tell this, and then her sister. Oh, my goodness. Mrs. Take a whole banana down in one bite, right? A whole banana. I mean, like King Kong would. Yeah. Anyhow, her sister, she said, oh, PG takes clippings and she puts them together to say what she wants it to say. No. That must be what you do. You might do that, but PG doesn't. And I also don't be looking up everybody in my chat to see, how much they have and if they can, how much they're able to give me. I don't be looking people up to see, to see how much they own and so forth, to find out who I should be super nice to and not nice to because they can support me or not support me, like Christine was doing. I don't go looking up my mods and trying to get dirt on them in case something happens. I can, fire off on them like Christine was, right? For days. Yeah, I could tell you a whole lot of stuff that was happening behind the scenes with those evil humans over there. Absolutely. They are evil. They was looking up their mods, the people in their chat and everything else. It was sinister. I mean, I don't care who's in this chat. I do not care what your name is. I don't care where you live, what you have, what you own. It doesn't matter to me. Because I ain't seeking nobody to pay my bills. I ain't seeking nobody to pay my bills. I don't do that kind of crazy stuff, right? Hell to the no-no. Hell to the no-no. I'm going to tell you something. I love everyone in this chat. I love all of you because all of you support these missing children. That's why I love you. No other reason. I love you because you're like me. You care. You care. You have love, kindness, and caring, a very rare thing in this world today. You have it. And that's why I love you. I don't care. I don't care if you're rich. I don't care if you're poor. I don't care if you're middle class. I don't even care. I don't care what culture you are. It doesn't matter. And I tell you, your life is your life. Your business is your business. And it's none of my business at all. And those people over there was none of their business either. But they were making them their business. And that is evil. That is evil. Just like they was making my kids their business last night. Right? Just like they were making my kids their business last night. How rude was that? Oh, I'm going to tell you, God knows it doesn't ever stop. Right? It doesn't ever stop. Doesn't stop. Doesn't stop. It just goes on and on and on. Hey, Can. How you doing, the Can? See the Can? There you go, you guys. Did you see the Can? Yeah. There you go. There's the Can. I just want to let you guys know who's backstage. Right? Must be doing something right in here tonight, folks. We must be doing something right. Because let me tell you something. Here, let me go back here and tell you. Let's see. We got the Can. Candy Kang. We got Mother Jones. We got Chubby Rub, number 1. Chubby Rub, number 1. We got Fred's Army. This is, the back chat, baby, is loaded. It is loaded back here with all, and we got Sophie too, which I don't for sure who she is, but I'm going to check to make sure because I need to unblock her if she's blocked. I hope nobody did it on purpose. She probably got when somebody's trying to get somebody else. I do that sometimes myself. But yeah, we're doing something right here tonight, you guys. Remember that because they're doing all they can. They're doing all they can to divert us, right? They're doing all they can to divert us tonight. But we gonna get it out. Because Don's upset right now. I'm sure he's upset right now. Donald's all upset because you know, it's a big clip out there that says, oh, what did Don do? What is Don saying about his boss, Tucker? Does Tucker know? Does Tucker know what Don's saying about him? Does he know? Does Don's ex-boss know what Donald's saying? And I'm sure Don's worried because he, you know, I bet his boss don't, but I bet you he will after tonight. Right? I bet he will after tonight. So I'm going to play it. I'm going to play to his boss what Don had to say about his boss. His boss is going to hear it right now. Right now.
That's what you're.
I mean, everybody lies.
No, I don't lie. I don't lie.
Oh, you do. Oh, yeah, you do.
I'm not sure why Candace thinks it's so funny. I can play it for you if you want to hear it.
Because my boss called me, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, look, Josh.
Okay.
You can scoff or you can suck a dick or whatever you want to do.
All right.
Whatever the f- it is you do, you little.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we know what you do, Don. It was on your mind, not Josh's. That was all on your mind, not his. So we know what you do.
Right.
But my boss called me the other day. Man. Yes.
Okay.
Richard.
Oh.
He called me. I said that I sold somebody a tape, right? I sold some motherfucker a tape for $5,000 that showed him how to sex with my daughter, right? And then I sold, and he was crying. This motherfucker was actually crying. This motherfucker is like a big shot of this community. Like, oh, holy fuck! And he was crying. He says, "But they're calling me a child molester," and I'm like, I started laughing.
How's that fun?
Yeah, how is that funny? How is that funny? You're sitting there saying that you allowed your ex-boss to do sinister things with your daughter, Summer, who is missing, while you videotaped it, and then you guys sold the videotape for $5,000. And he found out, calls you up, and wants to know why you sold that tape of him doing what you allowed him to do to your child who is completely missing right now. That's basically what you're saying, Don Wells. That's what you're saying. We're not saying that. You are. About your ex-boss. This is what you're saying about him. And he has every right to know what is being said out of your face about him. Because you are making him look like an essayer of children. And that is so on right. That is freaking sinister. And I hope he takes this recording to a damn good attorney and sees what can be done about it. Because he is a very respectable human in that community. And you are discrediting him. You are costing him. Your mouth, once you plant the seed like this in people's minds, they cannot get it out. Whether this man did anything or he did not do anything, you have now made people wonder if it's true or not. You have now put a seed in people's minds that this man might just be doing what you're saying he was doing. And you're ruining his credibility. Actually, you're ruining his business. Because who's going to call someone like this now? Who's going to allow someone like this to come into their home to do any type of work? They're not going to trust him because of you. Because of you and what you have done. You cannot. That is defamation of character. That's what you're doing right here. That's what you're doing. You just destroyed this man's character in this community by what came out your mouth. And you better hope it's true. You better hope it's true. Because if it isn't, this man could end up owning Ben Hill Road. At least the part you have. And that's the truth. That's the truth. You're disgusting. Right down disgusting. Right? Unbelievable. And I think this man has every right to know, right? I think he has every right to know what Mr. Wells is saying about him. What did this man ever do? What did this man ever do to Donald to deserve Donald doing this to him? What did he ever do to Don? Nothing. He done nothing. He worked this man when he needed work. He put up with Don Wells. He put up with Don Wells lying on people. He put up with Don Wells writing on the walls. He put up with Don Wells throwing mud on the windows and across the room, making a big mess and blaming it on other people. He put up with a bunch of Don Wells BS, right? He put up with Don Wells getting everything done at the last minute. He put up with a whole lot. You know, he even stood by Don's side when those people were up there at that work site to try to talk with Don and Candace. Even though he didn't understand what Don had done to them people, making them read a book, promising to meet up with them, and then, you know, lied about it after they held up their end of the bargain. This man had no idea what Don had done to these people. But he still stood there, and he stood strong with the Wells, right, at that job site. So what did this man do to Donald that would warrant Donald to do this to him? Nothing. Nothing. I'm going to tell you, Don Wells does not care who character he destroys. He does not care. And someone's going to have to step up and start making him care, right? Somebody's going to have to step up and make him care. It is time for TBI to take these two into questioning for a second time. And regarding the boys, they signed their rights away so that they wouldn't go to jail. Absolutely, JPL. That's exactly what happened. Yes, correct, sweetie. I appreciate you supporting Summer's channel, girl. Absolutely, JPL. That was beautiful of you to support Summer's channel. God bless and much love. Absolutely. And I truly agree. They do need to be questioned again, especially on this particular topic. I mean, there's, you know, why ain't they being questioned about saying that they have a tape of their daughter being allowed to be done like this? Why hasn't the boss been talked to by law enforcement to see if any of this is true? Right? Why ain't he been questioned on this topic after they said what they said? I know I would have went and talked to the boss. And, you know, if I was law enforcement in Tennessee, that particular area, Hawkins County, absolutely. You know, I would have made a trip. To see Don's ex-boss, and I would have asked him, you know, excuse me, but, you know, what exactly is this rumor going around? Is there any truth to it, sir? Did you call Mr. Wells? Did you have this discussion that he is, you know, I would have let the man listen to the video tape, and I just said, you know, did you have this conversation with Mr. Wells, or did you not? I want to know. And then, yes, Don and Candace would have been brought back in, and they would have been questioned upon all of this. Why are you saying this? Is there any truth to it? Are you willing to take a lie detector's test that there isn't no truth to this? Right? Because we want to know. You have a missing 5-year-old daughter, and we want to know what happened to her. So therefore, you need to, you know, you need to be taking another lie detector's test about, you know, about this videotape and what came out your own mouth. right? What's come out of your own mouth? Absolutely. Young at heart, I appreciate that. Keep up the great work. Trust and believe she will be found and justice will be done. Amen. You got that right, girl. You got that right. God bless. Angel, I appreciate it, girl. Ding, 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 ding. Angel, I appreciate you becoming a member. Absolutely. God bless. Absolutely. Absolutely, you guys. Um, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Um, my kids always act like I know where all the candy is, right? They act like I know where all the candy is. Um, I don't know why they don't know, right? I don't know why they don't know. Come and ask me. Come and ask like I keep it in my pocket, right? Like I keep it in my pocket. I don't keep it in my pocket. I mean, you want a candy bar, man, you gotta go to the pantry, right? You gotta go to the pantry and take a look. I'm sure there's candy out there somewhere. Um, I don't know. I don't know. That's the question I just got asked. Where's the candy bars in the pantry? I didn't see them. Well, I'm not gonna come look. I know they're there. I seen them earlier today. Okay, you know, this time probably look. What am I supposed to do? I don't know. I don't know. That's what you get when you wait on your kids hand and foot. That's what you get when you wait on them hand and foot, you guys. You get spoiled kids, right? You get spoiled kids. And I know I seen the candy bars today. Unless their brother or their sister got them. They might not be there. I don't know. I don't know. When I get off of here, I'm going to check. All right? I'm going to check. There's a whole box, baby. Darn, I'm late. I need to rewind. Hey, O'Sullivan, how you doing tonight, girl? Good to see you. Good to see you. God bless. I appreciate you supporting Summer's channel. Ding, 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 ding. Absolutely. God bless. Hey, girl. If you're gonna write in on a super chat every time, shoot, be late. I know, I'm kidding. I'm kidding with you. Yeah, God bless. I really do appreciate you helping out. I really do. PG ain't taking. PG's up here. I'm flying high tonight, you guys. I'm flying high. I ain't gonna let nothing get to me like I did last night. Last night, man. Whew. I tell you, PG, whew, talk about getting my temper. Yeah, that cow got my temper last night, right? Got my temper. I was like, whoa, don't come over here. Don't come over here like that. Just don't do it. Don't do it. Man, do not come over here and feel sad for a suspect and not even care about the little missing child. That was insane. That was insane. But listen, I'm sure that Don's ex-boss will get wind that this video's out here. So I'm gonna play what Don Wells said in full detail about his boss. In full detail.
Are you serious?
Don, you said.
How do you know that I said that? Why would I say that?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Number one, I don't lie, bitch. You can get that through your.
I don't.
Right
I mean, everybody lies.
No, I don't lie. I don't lie, motherfucker.
I'm not sure why Candace thinks it's so funny. I can play it for you if you want to hear it.
Because my boss called me, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, look, Josh. Okay. You can cough or you can suck a dick or whatever you want to do.
All right.
Whatever the f- it is you do, you little.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
But my boss called me the other day. Man. Yes.
Okay.
Richard.
Oh.
He called me. I said that I sold somebody a tape, right? I sold some motherfucker a tape for $5,000 that showed him having sex with my daughter, right? And then I sold, and he was crying. This motherfucker was actually crying. This motherfucker is like a big shot of this community, like, holy fuck. And he was crying. He says, but they're calling me a child molester. And I'm like, I started laughing.
How's that funny?
There you go. How is that funny? That's what the lab asked him. How is it funny? How are you two sitting there with a missing little girl and degrading her like that? How are you guys sitting there degrading your missing child? That, by the way, you're number one suspects in her disappearance, right? How are you sitting there? How do you find this funny? To sit there and openly admit that you were sinister enough to traffic your daughter and video it, and then laugh as if you do not care, that it doesn't bother you a bit to do the evil thing that you just admitted to doing. You admitted to allowing someone to do sinister things to your child that is missing while you videoed it. That's what you just admitted. Right? Hey, Angel, I appreciate that. Never give up for Summer, no matter who we're going to talk to. PG, keeping it on it. Amen. Girl, absolutely. We're going to keep on. We're going to keep on keeping on, because there's a whole lot, they want to say, oh, there's nothing new coming out about Summer's case. I don't know what. Yeah, there's a whole lot new coming out of Summer's case right now. There's a whole lot we didn't know, right? Like, we didn't know that Cotton's cousin was one of the tree trimmers up there that day, right? We didn't know that Cotton's cousin was one of the tree trimmers up there that day. We didn't know that little bit of information. We also did not have a little bit of the information that that when Laura learned about what happened to Cotton, she told Fred, and Fred said to Laura, well, that don't surprise me that someone supposedly robbed Cotton, right? And that come out of Fred's own sister's mouth. Fred's own sister supposedly, allegedly, came out and said that Fred and Laura didn't act right. For as close of friends as they was to Cotton, and as much, and in the way they knew them, were affiliated with Cotton, they didn't act right when Cotton ended up, unalived, right? They weren't acting right. So, and she didn't want to come out with it. She didn't want to come out, especially, she said, after the lie detector's test was inconclusive, right? Which makes law enforcement even more suspicious about Fred having all to do with what happened to Cotton, right? So there you go. And then you have Laura saying that, and Fred and Laura, both of them have agreed that they feel whatever happened to Cotton had all to do with Summer's case. Well, if it had all to do with Summer's case, and Fred happens, I'm not saying he is, but if Fred was the one that indeed done something to Cotton, then that would mean Fred's got something to do with Summer's case too, right? because they said that what happened to Cotton had something to do with Summer, with the little missing girl. So you know, if indeed it has something to do with the missing little girl Summer, then, and he was the one that did it, then that tells us, you know, that takes us back to Candace at Fred's house when Chad pulled up and there was no Summer, and Summer was already missing between 3:30 and 4:30. And who had just pulled out? Laura and Fred, right? Laura and Fred. How Cotton became part of it, I don't know. How Cotton became part of all of this, I do not know. Carla, I appreciate that. God bless. Ding, 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 ding. I appreciate that support for this channel. God bless, girl. Absolutely. You guys are so kind. You guys are so kind. And I want to let each and every one of you know that who's supporting this channel tonight. I want you to know how grateful PG truly is that you're supporting Summer's channel, helping me out. God bless. But yeah, absolutely. You know, it all ties in together, right? It's all tying in together. And this is a whole lot of things that we just didn't know. We just didn't, you know, and you know, we got Don here. We got Don fully admitting that he and Candace is right there laughing, right? She's right there with him, corresponding with him, laughing. They're both right there agreeing that, you know, that Summer was being trafficked and they were videoing it. Right? And they was videoing it. There you go. There you go, right? Make that make sense. What kind of parents would do that? What kind of parents would do that? You know, I think because Tennessee doesn't want to prosecute without the victim, Don and Candace is taking full advantage of it. They're taking full advantage of it, but you know what? Tennessee may change that law. They, you know, they may change their minds. I mean, you know, what I'm saying is they can do it. They don't like to do it. But in this case right here, you know, once this gets sent, right? Once this gets sent to the right people right here, they may want to do it. They may want to prosecute. Because, you know, this is solid evidence coming out of the horse's mouth. Solid evidence coming out of the horse's mouth. That, yes, indeed, what law enforcement suspected is true. Trafficking. Right? They suspected trafficking from the beginning. Not abduction, not wandering off, but trafficking. And this right here, out of the horse's mouth, is solid evidence that that was going on. I mean, Don Wells openly admitted it. He openly admitted it to Josh. I think that should be able to be prosecuted upon. I mean, if I was sitting in a jury and I heard this video, oh, let me tell you something. I would convict them. Absolutely. I'd say, oh, hell yeah. You know, this man admitted. He admitted out of his own mouth along with his wife. They're laughing about what they did. You know, they're laughing. They're telling the truth. They're telling the truth, thinking they're going to get away with it. Well, we're not going to let them get away with that. I'd come back with a guilty verdict. Absolutely. I would come back, put them in prison. Yes, I would. If I was on that jury, yes, I would. So, hopefully Tennessee changes their mind about, prosecuting without the victim, without Summer Moon Utah Wells. I hope they change their mind, because I think they got enough solid evidence that they could get a conviction, especially with this clip right here. With this particular video clip, I think they could get a conviction. Just saying. Absolutely. Yeah. This is no grieving parents. This is Don and Candace Wells, grandma. These are no crying, dripping tears, grieving human beings. They have not grieved from day one. They have not grieved one lick from day one. I'm going to tell you, they're so evil, they are comfortable with what they've done. They are absolutely comfortable with what they've done. And even more comfortable that they had so many people supporting their evil ass. I bet you 10 to 1, they couldn't believe that there was people out here that would actually support their evil asses after what they did. Right? I bet they couldn't believe it. I bet it blew their minds that they had people out here like the Day, white boys, that would actually support them. Insane. But you always have people that will support evil. There's people that will always support evil. Why? Because they're evil themselves. Because they really don't care. They don't care what happened to this little girl. They're just self-centered, self-seeking, selfish human beings, as evil as the Wells, just looking for self-gain. They don't care. They're not out here for, they're not out here for the right reason. They're not out here to get justice for this little girl. They're not out here to try to figure out what happened to this child. They're not out here to keep her picture and keep her name in the spotlight. They're not out here to do all the things that it takes to keep law enforcement moving forward on a case. They're not out here for the right reasons. They came out here for all the wrong reasons the very day they came out here. And those are the people you got to watch out for. I'm going to tell you what the Bible will tell you about these people. It tells you to not go in the midst of them. Do not take yourself even in the midst of these type of people. Do not affiliate yourself in any way with them type of people. Matter of fact, the Bible tell you to go around them. Don't go through them. Don't go near them, but make sure you go completely around and avoid them. Avoid them. Because God's children ain't supposed to be walking in that kind of mist. Ain't supposed to be doing it. Righteous people don't do it. Righteous people don't do it. Stay away from it. Run the other direction. I don't support people like that. Ah, beautiful sunflower. I appreciate that. Thank you each one for joining. Please give a thumbs up. It's a free way to support the channel. It helps keep these missing children's faces and stories out there. Absolutely. Absolutely. It does. It does. And the thumbs up does help the channel. It does help the channel. But most of all, like we see the stars in heaven, I want Summer to see all the people here who love her. I want her to know that you guys are sending those thumbs up to heaven, up to her. Because I truly believe that's where she is. That's my opinion. My opinion is Summer's no longer with us. I don't believe she is. I think that they destroyed her. I don't know, I don't know why. But some reason they felt they had to. Something some reason, they felt they had to. And I truly believe they did. I truly believe they did. But you know what? They put her through so much. They put this baby through so much. It wasn't like, June 15, 2021 was the first and only day that something really bad went down. Something bad was going down for Summer all the time. Something bad was going down for her always. They put this baby, can you only imagine what that child endured and went through? Can you only imagine what these two evil humans that sit there and had the audacity to say this about Don's ex-boss? Could you only imagine what this little girl went through in the hands of these evil bastards? If Don Wells could sit there and talk about his daughter the way he's talked about her, that he's trafficked her, that they videoed it, that they sold the video, every time he speaks, they've essayed her. They've really done terrible, bad things to destroy her. A person that can talk about a child like this, a person that can talk about a child like this is capable of doing anything. He doesn't care about this little girl. He couldn't talk about her that way if he truly loved her, if he truly cared about her. He didn't. And therefore, just imagine what they put her through. Just imagine what she went through in those showers, what she went through in the middle of that bed, what she went through when she was out of it. To the point she's completely gone now. Could you imagine the misery and the pain? Could you imagine the prayers this child was sending up to God because she did go to church, she did know about God? This little girl was hanging on for dear life and looking for protection anywhere she could find it, but nobody gave it to her. Nobody gave it to her. Nobody. A lot of people knew, but nobody helped. Nobody helped. And then we have people out here. We have people out here that has the audacity to not want to help her now, right? Like Day-Days. Like Zigs. Right? No. They don't want to help her because they're too busy worrying about the Wells. Or too busy worrying about a Fred Heel. Too worried about the people who it seems were the ones that destroyed her. Right? God help us. That's all I can say. God help us. I don't know. I don't know, you guys. I can't figure it out for the life of me how anyone could kiss the backside of evil human beings like these people. I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. Oh, dang. Jody Sue's in the house talking about somebody's pickle. Is she talking about Andy's pickle? Or Fred's? Is she talking about Andy's pickle or Fred's pickle? Whose pickle is she talking about? She said it's all broke and diseased. Whose pickle's broken and diseased? Ziggy's pickle? I'm waiting to figure out whose pickles got diseased. Jody Sue, everyone knows you want Andy's pickle, and he wouldn't even give it up for a nickel. Andy's pickle. Okay, she's talking about Andy's pickle. It's diseased. Okay. I was going like, how would she know Fred's pickle is diseased? I wouldn't understand that. Oh, peas in a pod. Whoa, girl, that was like a backhand. All right. Whoa. Oh shoot. Yeah. If you ask me, all the pickles in that holler was something wrong with them. That's the truth. That's the truth, man. I think every pickle up in there was bad. All for free and free for all. Yeah, that should have been the sign on the corner of Ben Hill, right? That should have been out there on the road. That's true. That is true. Oh, shoot. She wants Don's pickle. I don't even know if Don's got a pickle. I don't even know if he's got a pickle, because Candace sure seems to be looking for other pickles other places, right? She seems to be wanting Benny Keys's pickle. She wanted Benny Hill. She wanted Benny Keys on Ben Hill. Right? She wanted his pickle. She wanted old Ernie's pickle. She wanted Cotton's pickle. I heard she was getting that one. I don't know. That's through the grapevine. She's getting that pickle. I heard she got Fred Hill's pickle. I heard that. Somebody told me she got Fred Hill's pickle. I don't know if that's true or not. I have no idea. Right? Oh yeah, she got Jose's pickle too, right? She got his freckled pickle. Sure did. Yeah, she was right. And no disrespect, but from what Jose said, Candace confided in him that she got Hunter's pickle too, right? Yeah, she got Hunter's pickle too. I guess she was getting, she's getting them young kids pickles, and Don, that he seemed to be getting, 5-year-olds from my understandings. I don't, it's what it's sounding like. You guys. Yeah, Donnie's Captain Underpants. Yeah, right. Yeah, no, nobody. No, Ronnie Lawson plainly stated no abduction. No abduction. No abductions, you guys.
Usually you can see the road because they have went through here and mowed and took down a bunch of stuff away from the power lines.
Okay.
Now, as you can see, this is up on Ben Hill Road. This is up on the Wells property. You can see down. Look, you can see down on the road. Look at that. Look at that. That's like a straight drop, baby. That's like a straight drop over a hill right there. You can see down there.
But usually it's full up. You can't even see the road.
That day, though, how was it? Was it full up, or
They
was it like this?
actually, that day and a few days prior to that, they were working on this.
Okay.
When you're down on the road, now, when you're down on the road, you cannot see what's on the hill.
So
And
I've even come to a conclusion maybe one of them people have snatched it.
Oh, interesting.
She's come to a conclusion. She wants to throw the tree trimmers under the bus. No, because they were already gone when you got back. They were gone. They done knocked off for the day. Nobody was left behind. Nobody was left in there. And law enforcement knows that. They know that. They tracked every single worker in there. Every single worker in there had a cell phone. And they know exactly where it was pinging after you got home. And it wasn't nowhere around Ben Hill Road. Bullshit. Don't even go there. Don't even go there. The feds has been in this case. Well, she didn't get my pickle. Lightning Tiger. She didn't get it. We know that. We know that, Ernie. We know she didn't get yours. But I tell you what, I kind of wonder if she got Benny's. I gotta wonder if she got Benny's because, man, I heard he was making his rounds. And, and she did wash off in the swimming pool for him. All right. She was in that pool trying to get the stench off. So I don't know. I ain't so sure about Benny. She might have got his pickle. I don't know. But down on the road, you cannot look. There's no way you know if anything's up on that hill or it isn't. There's no way in hell. Look at this. I mean, no random person's just going to try to hang on to these trees and run real fast to catch another one, and then try to run and catch another. I mean, and man, this is insane. Absolutely. I'm bringing you up, Ernie. How you doing, sweetie?
Hey, how you doing? You doing all right?
I'm doing good. You looking good.
Good deal. I've got something I want to show you.
All right.
And I'm still kind of new at this stuff, but did you hear the interview with the news station where Don Wells, he refused to get he refused to take the news guy up on the property in the truck?
Oh yeah, I absolutely did. He promised he would in front of the camera, and then the news guy came back and said once they closed the camera down, he refused to reneged, right? He reneged on his promise. Absolutely backtracked.
During that same one, did you hear when he said he was giving his recollection of everything that happened that day and what he said?
Right. Well, did you see him look at the guy with pride, like he's patting himself on the back, and he let that guy.
Oh yeah. And then they named. Well, let me see if I can pull this up. I'm gonna try this. I'm new at this stuff. Let's see. I'm gonna put my laptop in here. I want to play you something. What he said. Because I caught on this like a year and a half ago. I don't know if anybody caught on to this. I'm going to show you something. Lord God, see here. I got to find your stuff here. see here. So you're doing pretty good, huh?
Yeah,
Good.
been doing good. Been doing good. Been praying for you. Been praying for you, Ernie.
I appreciate that.
I've been asking for, I've been asking for everybody to support you and to help you through all of this.
I
So,
appreciate that. It means a lot. That means a whole lot.
hey,
Okay, so
and that's what we're here for. That's what we're all here for, to help one another.
good deal. Good deal. So I'm trying to figure out how I got to get this. Okay, so I got to save this. Hold on a second. Let me pull this here. Okay, hold on a second. I'm telling you, I've been so busy.
Yeah, I bet you have. I bet you have. I seen you live. I seen you've been doing some lives, and I'll tell you, I was so happy to see, I was so happy to see you back and out here for the missing kids, and
Yeah.
that's what we're here for. And I just hope, that the people help you, because you really need right now, Ernie. You need support. You need, the vitamins and everything it's going to take to get you back to who you once was.
Oh yeah. You're exactly right. I'm gonna need that. I ain't gonna lie, and I don't mean to do it like this, but you do everything in the world that when it comes time to that, that's just the way it is. It's you want to get better, and it's hard. It's really really hard. I mean, losing all that weight, I've lost so much with it. It's bad.
I'm going to tell you, it takes a lot to regain yourself, through any type of illness. We all know how it is. We've been there before, right? We've all been down, and we know, we know. And we also know how important it is to have people there supporting us through it. Nobody needs to go through anything like that alone. Nobody.
You just now mentioned something that's really important, but the fact of the matter is that no matter what, I say or do or anything with that, I mean, I'm by myself. So
Now you're not by yourself, man. You got all of us out here who love you, care about you, and trust me, we support you.
I know you do. I know you do. There's just so many people out there who they really don't believe the truth, and you can sit here till you're blue in the face, and it's not going to get you nowhere.
That's because you got, a lot of times you got to fight. Nobody has to fight. If you ever take note that nobody has to fight a lie, but you have to fight to get the truth out. I mean, you really have to stand strong, stand firm, and bring the receipts to the table for the truth. But a lie, when these people, stand there, like for instance, Day Day was standing there trying to say, that Don didn't say these things, or Candace don't know what she wasn't in this video interacting with, and she clearly was. And she's sitting there lying, right? She's lying, trying to get Candace, trying to make up excuses for Candace and get Candace, off the hook. And she knew what she was doing. She knew she was lying. And, I had to replay this video, and replay this video so people could hear the real truth. I had to fight to get the truth out, Ernie. But she didn't have to fight to try to put those damn lies in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's sad. It's sad. And I don't think everyone knows how much trauma it puts on us out here, when we're doing this for these missing children. I don't think they understand, how much sleep we use we lose by these people. You know, we hear these people lying, and we lose sleep because we know the truth, and we want the truth told, and we want the truth to be, you know, recognized and seen for the truth it is. And you know, and we're laying in bed at night, you know, figuring out how we're going to get the receipts and how we're going to do all the things to get the truth on the table so that these lies could be crushed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's hard. It's hard doing what we do. And, you know, but what's even harder is to see these turd pop suckers, these liars, these freaking suspect supporters get all the support, and our channel's barely making it, right?
Right.
And that's super hard. It's super hard because you're sitting there, you know, asking God, why? Why? Why does evil always get all the support, Lord? Why?
Mm-hmm.
You know, it shouldn't be like that. That ain't the way it should be.
Right. So I'm pulling this up. I'm trying to get this up, make sure it's the right one. I mean, there's so many news interviews, but I want you in the chat to be able to listen to this. I don't know if you all caught on to it before, but it's very, very important. And that's what I want to try to get at. Let's see. I don't know if this is going to be it. I'm hoping this is it. I played it last night. And this is not it right here. And I don't know how I lost it that fast.
Hey,
This
it
might be it
happened.
right here. WBR, I think it is. I'm not sure. I'm kind of think it's. I don't want to say it's right here, but it's something very important that caught my mind. It really just kind of caught me. Just trying to play. Yeah, I got so aggravated. I mean, I got aggravated with myself and a few other things. But anyways, you may have the clip. I know you've got hundreds of clips. It's a news article. It's a news station, and it's when it's about the riding in the vehicle, right?
Right. It's the
Okay.
one. It's the one with the man. It's the one with the news guy that came into Tennessee just to cover the Wells case.
Right,
And
right. Okay. So he asked. He said, "Well, Don, during it, there's a question that's asked, and
it's Brian Easton.
Brian, who?
WJSL.
Yeah, WJSL. Yeah, it's the same. That's Nashville news. That's the one I did with the Brian Laundrie. That's the one that done the interview on me. I think the Nashville news, I believe.
And Nashville, TBI and Nashville are the ones handling the case right now.
Okay, let's see here.
A lot of people think it's
You said WJHL, right?
right.
Okay, I believe it is. Let me see if I can pull it up right here.
It's WJSL.
WJSL. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. That might not. I don't know. WJSL.
Brian Eaton. ENTIN.
Okay. EATIN.
E-N. It's E-N-T-I-N.
I got it. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so let me click it, make sure I can get in here. This has bothered me all night. I didn't get much sleep at all, to tell you the truth. I was up like 2:30 this morning.
I feel you, man. I feel you. I feel you. I lose a ton of sleep. Worrying about this little girl, worrying about, how I'm going to get the truth out here. I promise you, Ernie, I lay in bed and I'm trying to connect the dots, put the puzzle together, trying to figure out, it always bothered me. What was Candace doing down at Fred Hill's house between 3:30 and 4:30? What was she doing there? And I knew that was right about the time they pulled out of there. That always bothered me. Just like Jody Sue and her scream, that bothered me. I did a lot of praying on that, scream. And, God gave me the answer because Don Wells called me one day. And, and I said, I heard you on alive talking about that scream, Donald, and it don't fit the timeline. And he got nasty with me. He said, yes, it does, sissy. And I said, no, it doesn't. And he said, actually, it does. And I said, no, it doesn't. And, and he got ugly and he's like, wanted to call me a bee, and yes, it does. And I was like, hey, listen, I'm just going to hang up. I ain't even going to talk with you, calling me names like this. I ain't going to tolerate this shit, I'm not can. I'm not Cher. You know what I'm saying? I'm not one of these women that you can talk to like that. Either you have respect or I hang the damn phone up. I told him, I said, if you want to shut up and listen to me for a second, fine. If you don't, I'm hanging up. So he shut up. And I told him, no, it doesn't. Because Summer wasn't even supposed to come up missing until 5:30, 6 o'clock. You didn't even call law enforcement until 6:30. So how in the hell is a 4:30, 4:42, 4:47 on screen going to fit the 5 at 4:30, 4:42, 4:47? She was outside planting flowers, washing her hands, getting a peppermint. She wasn't even back in the house yet. She was still in Grandma and Candace's custody. So how in the hell could that screen fit into your timeline? Well, he went home and told Candace. And then Candace made a phone call to Jody Sue. And then Jody Sue came out on one of her lives talking about how Candace wanted her to change the screen time. Well, the screen wasn't real, right? It wasn't real. They lied. Right?
Yeah, you're right. You're correct. You're right on that.
Right.
The one I need is when Brian Enton is getting out of the vehicle and Don Wells is getting out of his vehicle. There's 4 or 5 different ones. I pulled it up last night and I can't find it for the love of me. And they shake each other's hands when Don's getting out of his green vehicle, and they start talking, and it's like it's right here, but it ain't here. I mean, I'm trying to.
You know what Molly said? She said the only scream Jody Sue has ever heard was from Andy when she had him locked in the bedroom. That's funny as hell.
I know it happens. It does happen where it wasn't her fault, but no. You know what I mean? No.
He does 2 things, Don does, and I don't think I've never heard nobody talk about him, and I'll show you. And this is not it. This is not it. God Almighty! It's when he first gets out of the vehicle. When it shows Don getting out of the vehicle, and they shake hands.
Yes.
It's just a short segment. I can't find it. Let's see. Because there's so many of them.
And Don explains to him that Candace don't want him up on the hill, and that's why they're having to do it down there. And he says, I understand.
It was 5 months. It was 5 months into the disappearance of Summer. Someone else. I don't see how I found it. I found it like literally last night. Let me go here.
They said somebody put the link in the chat here. Link to the video is in the chat.
Okay.
Okay, beautiful sunflower has it in the chat. Right there it is, Ernie. I popped it up on the screen.
I mean, there's like 4. Is it the right one? Though? I mean, let me go your thing. Let me go your
She says
thing.
it is.
Hold on a second.
She says it's HTTPS.
Let me look right here. Look, I got to get in your stuff here. Wait a minute. I'm telling you, it's been wild.
It hasn't it? I mean, there's so much going on out here right now. So much, they're trying to. You got these turf pop suckers trying to say there's nothing new, but there's a whole lot new right now. There's a lot of new stuff coming out. We're starting to learn a lot of things we didn't know.
Right.
And I'm telling you, it's coming together. It's starting to make sense, Ernie. Starting to make sense.
Let's see. Okay, I see it right there. Let me see if that's it. I'll tell you right off the bat if it's it. Because he's getting out of a truck. It's like right off the bat, he's getting out of a truck. It might be it right here. I don't know. That's News Nation. I'll tell you if it's it right here in a second. On the ground here in Tennessee, it's when when you're doing this, it can take hours and hours and hours of searching just to find one little clip. That
And I tell you what, and it also takes hours and hours and hours to listen to all of this stuff. It takes hours to put the pieces together. It takes hours. I'm going to tell you, I put 3 years and
this is not it. This is not it. It actually shows him getting out.
Into this, Ernie.
Hold on a second. This actually. Go ahead, talk about that. Tell somebody this ain't it. This ain't it. This ain't the one I put up. This don't have what it says on it. It's very rare of him to say this. I mean, it's really, really big. I have to show it to you if I can find it. Let me go back here. I was all over the place last night with this stuff. Let's see. Rogers-Ville Review. I mean, I was looking up land contracts. I was looking up Ronnie Lawson's properties. I don't even want to go into it. I ran everything. I had me, Allie, Brian. We was all running stuff last night. It was, oh my God! Like we done some of it on live, but yeah, they took my channel. Is pretty much what they did. Not took my channel, but I can't do nothing right now. I can actually go back on my live.
Your channel got took down?
No, they gave me a strike. They struck me. I don't know why they struck me, but they did.
Because that's what the haters do, Ernie. That's what the haters do to us.
Yeah, I was just thinking about leaving YouTube altogether, to tell you the truth. It's hard to even do anything working, when you're trying to work your stuff with YouTube.
Gang defer. What do you want?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hi there, Sissy. So glad you took me on. Thank you. Hi, Ernie. Is Ernie still there?
Hi.
Hi. Ernie, I've been joining you. Been listening to you through your travels with your illness and whatnot. And I feel bad for you. I hope you're getting better.
It's been bad. It's been really, really bad. You know, the thing about it is, if it hadn't been for this sickness and the doctor telling me what he told me, I don't know if I would ever regained, you know, wanting to go back into this. I'll be honest with you. And I seen it. You know, it's sad when you see 3 years go by. Because I thought, you know, because I've always said, you know, law enforcement has this, law enforcement has this. Because I know what I turned in. And I know when we turned the stuff in with the FBI, you know, they went straight and got Benny's mama's computer. But, you know, he was warned ahead of time is what happened. He was actually warned ahead of time. But they went and got his laptop. The FBI did. It was his mother's, but it is what it is. So I know the files that we turned in, you know, was good. But on this here, it's just like when the TBI said they would work with us. And they wanted to work with us to call Hawkins County and get them on board. That's the exact words they said. So when we called Hawkins County, it took 2 days for Hawkins County to even get back with us. And then after that, they didn't even show no interest at all.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I got it. I've got this.
Ernie, thank you for giving us that information. But I have to say something. I support you, and I believe in your past and all of your heroics. And I know you've done good things. I really believe in you, and I've told you in your chats I believe in you. But I have to come here today on site and say, I think the Wells have been through hell. I think they've gone back and forth these past 3 years with the loss, so many losses of a daughter, their boys, and this YouTube community didn't help them. It really didn't. And this platform you're on,
Dame Defer, let me tell you something. Have you not been listening tonight about the well? What have the Wells done to help their daughter? What have they done? Did you hear what they said to the lab about actually videoing their child and with Don's ex-boss? Did you not hear that? Did you not hear Don admit that he was trafficking his daughter and videoing it?
Sissy, I got to tell you this.
I'm going to tell you something. You're a freaking turd pop sucker. Go suck over at Davies. Goodbye. See ya. Just got a steel-toe boot. Right back over to the farm. The hell out of here.
Is that a Daisy person?
Yes.
I don't understand. I'm telling you.
She's
I just
a
don't
freaking
understand some of these people.
They were all.
But, you know, I do appreciate what she said. But the thing about it is, Don Wells, if I find this, I'm going to find it because it's very, very important that you hear it. Let's see. Let me go to my old history stuff here. Let me go to my history. Very, very important. I mean, I would think it's very important because I don't never remember anybody bringing it up. And wait till you hear it, then you're going to really like, wait a minute, I got to listen to this, you know. So I typed in. And you look at Ronnie Lawson's son. Look at what he got for what he did. Was that really justice?
Hey, Ernie, they said that it's Brian meets Don at the bottom of the field.
Let's see here. Let me see if I can
Brian
find it.
meets Don at the bottom of the field.
I'm looking. I tell you what, I can pull it. Let me see. I can pull it up on my YouTube in the end of it, right? And we can stream it from mine. I'm able to do that, right? I should be able to. Or did they take my? Hold on a minute. I'll tell you right now what they did. Content.
If you listen, Ernie, I'll find it and we'll play it tomorrow. How about that?
Yeah, we can do that. We can do that.
Yeah, we'll come in tomorrow evening, and I'll put it into content and I'll bring it up. We'll play it
Well,
out.
if you don't, I've still got mine, but I've got like 5% on this laptop right now too as well. I've been busy on it nonstop. So I
Right.
appreciate you. Thank you. And everybody in chat, everybody that's just said some nice things to me. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. It's hard these days. I'm not gonna lie. It's really, really hard these days. I can't believe there's so many people out there that really want to hide the truth. I mean, they really want to hide and protect Candace and Don, and I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to be one that does that.
And neither am I, and neither is Justin, and neither is Dolly, and neither is JLR, and neither is Smiley. I'm going to tell you, there's a whole lot of creators out here, and working together right now as one for these children. And you know what? God bless us all.
Well, what makes me mad is he'll go answer everybody else's questions, but when I get on the panel with him, he has to jump off. Candace, they protect him. And they won't let me ask anything because I've got 3 questions that really, if people are listening, it's over for them. And the thing about it is on the Brian Enton thing, he says this. He says, well, we wasn't paying attention. Well, he says we wasn't paying attention in the interview.
He was there.
Well, Don wasn't supposed to be there.
Exactly.
How can he say we and put himself in association and the properties of it if he don't supposed to be there? I don't understand that. That he told on himself. I mean, he was talking so fast, and usually when and I've seen people do this. I've done this before, and say something like, "Whoa," and that's about, but he got caught. He got caught right there. He said, "Well, we just weren't paying attention," and the predator. He said, "Some predator come up," and that's exact words he said. He said, "We went, but well, you didn't supposed to be there." He told on himself.
Right. I'm trying to look to see if I have that particular interview with this guy. I'm sure I do. It might be on my old computer.
I've got it on my live right here. I found it. I can put it on mine and show you. I go over it and rewind it and everything for everybody. I'm saying, listen to what he said, guys. I done a class with it last night. Let me go right here. Let me click yes. Let me see what's here. Video details. Man, I tell you what, the truth.
And he lied about the boys. He lied. First he said he didn't know the boys were home. Then he said he did know the boys were home. He's just a liar. I mean,
I mean, when it comes to this guy, it's like wait a minute. Let's see, live right here.
Tell you something, Ernie. Don didn't want to talk about Summer early on. Even now, they don't want to talk about Summer because they know she's the one thing that can put them in prison. He wants to talk about religion. He wants to talk about it. Well, he really didn't want to talk about his sisters until he talked to a really good attorney, and he had me call the attorney to make sure that he wasn't going to get any repercussions out of Utah. if he did talk about them. And, you know, he wanted to make sure that there's nothing that, you know, that the statute of limitations ran out on, you know, what they could do. And
Right.
so forth and so on. I mean, he made sure he checked that to a T before he, you know, before he used it, before he started using it to,
Right.
you know, put Summer in the background and not talk about her.
Right.
You know, he throwed everyone under the bus. I mean, there was like nobody he wasn't throwing under the bus. To keep the focus off of him and Candace, the ones that he knew could end up in prison. I mean, these guys have showed in so many different ways that they're guilty as fucking hell. A blind man could see it, right?
Right.
I mean, a blind man would be able to see it.
You're right.
Without a shadow of a doubt.
Right. So if I click your link on my laptop, how do I share my laptop to you right now? I got it pulled up.
I do not know. I do not know.
Well, God bless. That's another one.
Can't you play it through your avatar?
I mean, I can play it. Oh yeah, I can just turn it up and let y'all listen to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, let's do this, and here we go. Okay, everybody ready? Let me make sure I got the full volume up. Okay, y'all ready? Let me turn this up. Listen to what he says. I'll tell you when it is. That way I can control it.
Comfortable. No, I want. Oh, and I want to go home. I'm down.
Questions have come up about what Candace might know. Could she have gotten herself into a situation where it wasn't her fault, but
No.
You know what I mean?
No. She's a good mother. She loves her children. She's not going to allow any situation like that. The biggest mistake she might have made is maybe she was in some wrong friends, which is, you know, it happens. But other than that, no way.
Do you think any of those wrong friends could have something to do with it?
We don't know.
I know you all have had some ups and downs in your past with alcohol and drugs. Do you think one of those people that came around could have?
No, we can't go there.
Wells says he's limited in what he can say after social service.
We can't go there.
So
we're going to go there, dog.
Right there he said I can't go there and everything, but there's something else right here I want to show you.
Summer's 3 brothers from the home earlier this year. Would you mind just quickly maybe taking us for a little drive around? Just me and just.
Yeah, he didn't want to do it after it. After he said. Right here.
Yeah,
right
he
here,
said
right here.
then reneged on it.
Well, Brian cuts out, and he goes back to the station, and then he does this right here. Here's the one I want to show you right here. It's right here.
Okay, so we've got Candace going through the house here. Watch this, guys.
Let me see. We'll pull it right here.
Say after social services took Summer's 3 brothers from the home early.
Hold on.
Where's the mattress?
So there's a lot with it. I want to show you. Here we go. Right here it is. He plainly says,
just so I can. I know you don't want me up there walking around. Maybe you can just drive me around.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. He initially agreed to take me on the property, but then changed his mind. He says he wants the focus to remain on Summer and finding whoever took her.
We love our daughter with all our hearts. We miss her. We do anything
and Candace Wells. They have been adamant that Summer was abducted. But tonight, the sheriff on the case says everyone is a person of interest. Correspondent Brian Enton is live tonight in Tennessee, where he spoke with Summer's dad in his first interview since he appeared on Dr. Phil. Brian.
Marnie, you know, we've talked about this case, we've covered this case, but to be on the ground here in Tennessee, you realize right away.
Fast one. That's where he was saying everybody didn't want him to come. You remember that, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We weren't exactly paying attention.
Oh, there it is. This is what he says. He says we weren't exactly paying attention. Watch. Man, I wish this internet was better, but
We really don't know anything more, but everything's still on the table. Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson is in charge of the investigation. Everybody that's involved in this case is person of interest. We're not ruling anyone out. Summer's dad, Don Wells, agreed to meet with us. We talked to him on the edge of his property where Summer disappeared. What do you think happened? What does your heart tell you?
Well, I know in my heart and in my mind she was abducted. Someone snuck up there when we weren't exactly paying attention. And
did you hear him? We weren't exactly paying attention. What he said.
Right. Right.
He said he wasn't supposed to be up there. So I mean,
exactly.
He says that. He says that. That interview is the only one I can find that says that in it.
You know what I heard? I heard that the reason he was dismissed, he was fired by his ex-boss, was because his ex-boss talked to law enforcement, and that told law enforcement that Don Wells was missing from work for a while that afternoon of June 15, 2021. And Don couldn't explain to law enforcement where he was either. He could not explain it. And he got angry with Tucker because Tucker talked to law enforcement and let law enforcement know that no, he wasn't there. He was missing, right? And they had an out. They had an out. And then with Tucker, hearing all the stuff that's out here in the YouTube community, like, Don admitting that he was the one writing on the walls and he was the one slinging the mud and blaming it on other people and so forth and so on. Tucker just had enough of his shit and went ahead and canned him and told him that, don't ask me to lie to law enforcement if that's what you're doing, because I'm not going to. You weren't there. And I'm going to say you weren't there, and Don had a big problem with that. He was, expecting this man to aid and abet him in some shady shit that the man wasn't going to do.
Right, exactly.
So it is very possible. It's very possible that Don Wells had, somehow got onto Ben Hill Road. Nobody knows. Nobody knows where he was.
I just don't understand why he would say we and put himself in a place of where it was at the time of the. I just don't understand that. I don't understand it at all.
I can't figure out why Fred Hill's lying. Don, he could have possibly been on the hill that day. That's true. He could have. Do I think he was? No, I don't. Because what I know of Don Wells, and I'm pretty good about people, about humans' characters. And he's a coward. Don Wells is a coward. He wanted to protect that ass. So do I believe he was anywhere near Ben Hill? No.
Well, I mean, I'll say this. Don Wells is a coward in one way, maybe to another man, but to a woman or to a child, well, he's vicious.
Well, I understand he's vicious. But what I'm saying is whatever happened to Summer, June 15, 2021, had been pre-planned and carried out on June 15, 2021. They already knew whatever went down with Summer, they already knew it was going down.
I believe
So
that. I believe that. I believe they know they had to get rid of her one way or the other. I'll say that.
exactly. And therefore Don Wells made sure that ass was somewhere away from that damn Ben Hill Road, because he wasn't going to get, he was protecting his ass. He wasn't protecting Candace. He let her carry it out. That's my opinion. Candace carried it out. And well, Don had that ass somewhere else as it was being carried out. Now, what they did, I don't know. But I'm going to tell you what, them two know. In my opinion, they know everything that happened to this little girl. Both of them. Both of them know what happened to their daughter. And what I can't figure out is why Fred Hill is lying so much. Because Fred Hill says in one area that he saw a black truck and then a car come in there and a young girl, dirty blonde headed girl about the age of 19 or 20s in this vehicle talking to the person in a black truck. And, and then this is what he's saying before. Then he also is saying at the same time that he seen Don coming off the hill at 2:30. He also said that he, seen Andy Bernard in there around 3 o'clock or 2:30, 3 o'clock that day too, as well, because he had to move for him to come down, turn around, and go back. He's talking all this crap. Well, from my understanding, Fred Hill had the scrap that he was going to take to the junkyard. He had it already loaded up on the 14th to take on the 15th. From my understandings, him and his old lady didn't even come out of that house till damn near 3 o'clock that day.
Right.
So how the hell is he seeing anything? And why is he lying about seeing all these things that he didn't? There's something shady about him.
You're right. I understand that, what you're saying there.
And Candace was down there. Candace, didn't get home. She wouldn't have got home until 3:15, 3:30. She wouldn't have been arriving back on the hill until around 3:15, 3:30. Now, she's supposed to have been down there at Fred's house. Fred and Laura only had the 5 o'clock to get to the scrapyard. They said they were running late. Matter of fact, I don't think they made it. They even made it to the scrapyard. So here's the thing. This Chad Arnold comes driving in. He sees Grandma's vehicle down there by Fred's. He goes going down the road to there. Here Candace is in the vehicle. She goes and asks him if they're home. He's like, their vehicle ain't here. She tells him that Summer's missing. And at this time, he said between 3:30, 4:30. It's probably more about 4 o'clock. And Fred and Laura had just pulled out of there. I mean, if he'd have been a little earlier, I think he would have caught Candace corresponding with Fred. He may have even caught Candace handing Summer off to Fred and Laura. I don't know.
Well, I don't know about we need to find out exact times, because when we was over there, when we was in Newport, we was filming our first predator bust when Summer went missing. The alerts was coming across my phone, the decoy phone,
right,
while I was talking to the sheriff's department. While I was talking to the sheriff's department, the alerts for Summer had come across the phone. When I was riding in the Hummer to go over to the park, and I was in the back, and I have the phone, and it goes, dun, dun, dun. That's the first time it goes off. So
right.
I need to go back and find, when it actually went off. So we knew the police was involved in, right?
Well, they didn't even put out they didn't put out anything for Summer until the next day, to my understandings.
Really?
That's my understandings.
Because our phones was going off in Newport right there in Newport. It may not have been Summer. I mean, but we was busy with the predator bust and stuff. But I always thought, because I remember our phones went off, and I mean, oh my God, we got it on film about it. So I don't know. So it could be, I don't know. It could be in another. It had to be somebody missing because it was over in that area. Because my phone went off, Tina's phone was going off, everybody's phone was going off. I'm pretty sure when we was doing that predator bust. I mean, I can go back and look at the film footage, and I can go back. But that we've always thought that. We've always said that. I don't know why. Because Tina was like, do you remember the phones going off? I was like, I kind of remember something like that. So I don't know. I mean, it might have been. I don't know. But that'd be big if it did, because we'd have it on film.
That was to my understanding.
Because we was busting Tim Jones, and it was around 4:30, 5 o'clock. I can't remember. It was around in the evening time when we was doing it. He had waited 6.5 hours, to meet who he thought was a 15-year-old. And at that time, we was filming. We weren't filming. I don't think we went to, because the next day we went to Gatlinburg.
Summer came up missing June 15th, 2021. Supposedly, according to Candace, Summer would have had to come up missing after 5:30. She would have had to come up missing between 5:30 and 6 o'clock, because closer to 6 o'clock than 5:30. Now, because she didn't call Don until 6:09. The phone call to Don Wells went in at 6:09. She talked to Don Wells all the way up till 6:28 when they hung up, and Don was the first one to call into law enforcement. And Candace's call came into law enforcement after Donald's, not before, after his did. Hers came in afterwards. She says that hers came in afterwards due to the fact that she had to use her mother's phone. When she hung up with Donald, he was able to call directly in, but she had to go get her mom's phone to call in to law enforcement. So that's why she came in secondary to Don's phone call.
That makes sense. It makes sense. But oh my God, I know we got it on film that those phones were going off right when we was pulling into Newport Park.
So that would have been if you heard the alert or anytime before 7:30, 8 o'clock that night, then it was the next day, which makes perfect sense, because to my understandings, they didn't put out anything till the next day, because they were banking on her walking off. And that's why they dropped the ball. They were banking on her walking off. They couldn't, Ronnie lost, nobody up there could perceive that these people would be evil enough to destroy this child. They just did not think that whatsoever. They figured, they thought that they were going to search and find her and it was going to be okay. They just, that's what they believed. And once they started talking to the parents that evening, TBI started talking to, Don and Candace and other law enforcement's talking to them. They started to realize this is a little worse than we thought. We still going to have to do the search to rule it out. Abductions ruled out because of it being a rural area and God knows nobody's around, and they got the dogs on the corner alerting everybody as you come in. And these people see and know everything in there. And they ain't nobody in their right mind going to come in there anyway. And so abduction was completely ruled out, right? And the only thing left would have been foul play. And they were getting that vibe. They were getting that vibe ASAP within just a little time frame of talking to these two and the way they were acting. So, but they continued to hope for the best because they already messed up the crime scene, right? They already came up there, stomped all over everything.
Well, Don told me, he said, and it's even in an interview, we had to come up with a timeline. We had 7 or 8 different timelines. And this is all if one timeline is true. If that's the fact, right? You agree? If that's a real timeline.
I'm going to tell you something. Law enforcement within the first few weeks of Summer coming up missing, law enforcement was up there, I say anywhere from 3 to 4 times a week, knocking on the door. A lot of times Don wasn't going to work because they were knocking on the door so much. And Candace was scared. She was scared. So either he had to stay home or he had to take her with him to work because she was afraid of law enforcement. But they did catch her there a few times, and she would immediately call Don and start crying in the phone for him to come home because they were, the law enforcement was there and they were wanting to speak with her and they was wanting to go over the timeline with her. He would have to fly home and get them to leave. And the detectives told him, said, listen, we have been trying to get the 2:30 to 6:30 timeline out of her for a while now. And okay, you guys, she's not cooperating. And you keep showing up. You keep showing up and making excuses and we keep leaving. But when we come back again, what we want is, since you seem to control everything, Donald, Mr. Wells, what we want is you to sit down with your wife, get a piece of paper and a pen, and you go over the timeline with her. Because they told him, what she's been telling us, there's too much time missing. There's, the timeline she's given us, Mr. Wells, is not fitting. It's not fitting. 4 hours. It's not fitting. It's not filling up 4 hours. It's filling up more like, maybe an hour at the most.
The thing about it is they had plenty of time before they called the police to do whatever they wanted to do, make their stories up or however. That's what I'm getting at. There was, like you said, there's places in the timeline that don't make no sense at all.
Well, here's what Candace told law enforcement. I'll tell you what she told them. She told them that they got home at around 3:15. That's what she told law enforcement. She got home around 3:15, and that her mother took her stuff to her trailer, that her and the kids, she called the boys out, and her and the kids packed their stuff in. They unloaded it. Summer helped unload the bags, and she said that Summer helped her unload the groceries, and then they got something to eat. And then she said that Summer started playing with some toys. The boys were playing game machines. She started throwing in some laundry, and this laundry didn't come up until like the second or third time law enforcement came out there on the timeline, because her first timeline was that they got home, packed in the groceries. Grandma packed in her own. They packed in theirs. They got something to eat, and the kids were playing a game machine. She went over to her mom's, who was sitting outside, and her mom wanted to plant some flowers, transplant some cactuses. So she got Summer to come over to help transplant these cactuses. Then they washed their hands off the back of Don Wells' truck out of a cooler that was back there. And then they went in Grandma's. Summer got some peppermint candy. Summer was wanting to go see her brothers, so she walked her all the way back over to the door, watched her in with her brothers, and she disappeared from there. They said, wait a minute, this ain't fitting. If this is what happened, Mrs. Wells, then your daughter would have been disappeared around 4:30 4:30, 5 o'clock. Because how long does it take to put a couple cactuses in a pot, wash your hands off, get a piece of candy, go back into the house? What you're telling us is you packed your groceries in. Okay, that's going to be maybe 10 minutes. Because you got 4 boys out here. You got Summer, you got yourself, you're packing groceries in. What, you didn't get that much.
Well, let me ask you a question. Did Don help come up with the timeline?
Well, Dawn, they came back, and Dawn came up with, she washed some clothes and supposedly dried some clothes. Now what they had the second time was we came home, went in the house, put some stuff away, got something to eat, and then while the kids were playing, the other kids were playing the video games, I did some laundry, some wash and dry. And then I saw my mother at her trailer. I went out, went over there, asked her, okay, well, now that's still not enough time, because that's the laundry thing, it still isn't adding up, because that is putting it at around 5 to 5:30. This child doesn't come up missing until like after 6 o'clock. You see what I'm saying? It's not fitting the timeline.
Right. Well, let me ask you a question. Could it happen the day before?
I know, because Summer was seen on video in Kingsport at Sonic. She was seen also at the pharmacy coming through to get a prescription. She was also seen. I think she was also seen on some other surveillance as well. So no, it didn't fit. It didn't fit. It didn't fit.
Okay.
So I don't know. Like they told her, look, you didn't even call your husband until 6:09, Miss Wells. You said that your daughter just barely disappeared, that, you went into the house. So you'd have been coming in the house at 6. You said 2 minutes. You went to your mother's 2 minutes and you were back. Even if we give you 5 minutes, your daughter would have had to disappear at 6 o'clock, because you didn't even call Mr. Wells until 6:09. And you said that it took you 2 minutes to go fix your mother. You put her in the house, so you'd have put her in there at 6 o'clock. What would have happened was, you went over, you would have came back in your house at 6:02. You would have ran around down the basement looking for her. You would have been outside looking for her. And then you were getting upset and you called your husband at 6:09. You said everything happened that fast. So your daughter wouldn't even, she'd have still been with you at 5:30, right?
I mean, I see your point about that. I do. I really see your point. It's just, you're very thorough. I never even got to study the case. Think about that. I was brought in pretty much like, and then when I seen that Candace had an interest toward me, I kind of, went all in on it pretty much, and without even having it, because all the case parts had already been happening and people had already been studying them, and I didn't get to. I was already at Candace at that time. Well, when everybody started doing that, I was already talking to Candace. You remember when she was on your panel? I think it was on your panel when she first met me. You know that, right?
Right. Absolutely. She saw you coming on my, well, Don Wells knew about you early on, because when I was talking with him and Candace, both of them talked about you really bad. They both talked about you. Don worse than Candace. Don really did not like you. Matter of fact,
Don didn't like me because I put one of his when I was a bounty hunter. I put one of his buddies away. That's exactly why he don't like me over at the Model City Apartments. That's why Don Wells don't like me over in Kingsport. I know. I remember Don before. I had never, I didn't know him personally or not, but I'd seen him before. I'd seen him, So I'd
Well,
already had a run-in with Don before, even when I talked to him on my interview. He's like, yeah, he's like, I know who you are and all that. I'm like, yeah, I think I remembered you too. I mean, and something stuck in my head. I remembered him.
he kept telling me that you and your friends were in Tennessee over there. He said that you guys was out in some kind of field, doing something. I
We
don't
was
know.
over at the racetrack. We didn't know.
Yeah.
An older man and older female, it came to us, literally came to us and said, hey, look, this is the files right here for this. Nobody's going to look at this place and nobody's going to do this, but they're saying this. Pretty much fed us full of bullshit, pretty much. And that was their problem. We jumped in it. When we jumped in it, over them files she had, they said law enforcement said this and that. The racetrack owner said, yeah, you guys can go ahead and check it out and look at all that. I didn't even know I didn't know nothing about the case. I didn't know anything except for there's a missing girl. That's it. We was busy doing predator bust at that time. And we didn't even know what was going on. I wish to God, in a way we hadn't jumped in it.
Well,
but I'm kind of glad we did now because Cher had messaged while we was on Facebook Live.
I remember Donald talking about you really bad. He also was very intimidated by you. He surely 150% disliked you to the core. And and Candace was right there behind him, backing him and saying bad things as well, as he spoke. Absolutely. I mean, I knew about you and the
have you ever heard of Model City Apartments or Cloud Apartments?
Was that the apartments that you guys were supposed to be at?
No. See, the thing about it is, when we went to the racetrack search, we had an interview later on that night with Don Wales. We had an interview with him later on that night.
Right.
Sure, during the time we was working and doing that, had messaged and said, oh, no, I've canceled that. I've already canceled that. So that pissed me off. I said, no, I'll go to his front gates. Because I didn't know where he even lived at. I didn't know anything about him. I didn't know the hill. I'd never been that far up in Hawkins before. I used to live in Hawkins County. I lived on Deerfield Road. So
Donald told me, I believe he said that there was a little girl spotted at a hotel. And there was supposed to be officers going in and out of there. And he said that the next day it was completely empty. That was one of the stories he was telling.
Well, do you remember when Candace was drunk one night and she was talking about they had come and abducted, or they had taken and arrested Don Wales, talking about Predator Hunter Nation? Do you remember that when she's screaming? And she was going, storm the Capitol, talking about me because of January 6th. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember something.
She told everybody that we had came and strong-armed Don and drugged Don out and handcuffed Don and took him to God knows where. And she was on a live. I can't remember what they was doing, but she was crying and screaming and she was going, yeah, he took Don and all that. And then we was sitting there listening to it. And then she's like, yeah, he's the leader. He's stormed the Capitol. Remember that?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, you're right. Wasn't that on Share?
I wasn't even, it might have been. Yes, I think it was. But we weren't even a part of any. I mean, it was like, why are they bringing us in this for? And I was like, holy hell.
Right. I want to tell you why a lot of people didn't remember that. And at first I wasn't remembering either. I tell you why. Because when she called Mary crying and played that see, what she did with Mary overshadowed. But yeah, you are so right.
I'll never will forget that because I knew then I was like, they're scared to death of us, and we had an advantage right there. Cher called me and she said, "Officer, sir, I promise you I haven't done no wrongdoing." I said, "I'm not law enforcement." "Oh, you're not?" It was hilarious. And then I had her on the panel and I asked her a couple of questions. I said, "Tell me about this messenger that you and Benny Keys and Don Wells had before Summer went missing." Benny liked to shit his britches. And because they had a messenger together even before. And Benny said, yeah, we had and he even told on himself right there. I was like, oh my God. And I was like, Don ain't even technical to use a damn computer, is he? And Benny said, well, Don, he can type a little bit on one, he does this and that on it.
That was when Benny was really, remember Benny was on Cher's hound dogging, when he was on Cher's hound dogging Don all the time, and Don loved it. Don was laughing. He would like call me. He would call me. He would be like, "Sissy, did you watch it? Did you watch it? Did you see how that son of a mother would kept trying to hang on my every word, trying to talk to me, and how I was just fucking blowing him off?" Talking about Benny being on Cher's.
Yeah, you do that laugh he does. Yeah. Don does that.
Yeah.
I get laugh.
He was freaking cracking up because he wasn't giving Benny even a time of day. And Benny was so like a dog on a bone, right? And and really trying to get in there with Donald. And I actually felt a little bad for Benny. And I told Don, I said, "Look, Cher ain't doing you no favors, right?" I said, matter of fact, this guy you're talking about, Benny, the one you're talking about, you would have more in common with, because he's kind of lived like the same life, right? Substance abuse, jail, you know what I'm saying? I said, you would probably benefit better if you were, spreading out to other creators, because Cher kept protecting them. When the shit would get good and we could get answers for Summer, Cher was shutting down.
Bingo.
And protecting. And and we had to get him out of that, right? We had to get him out of that. Protect. It's like he was in witness protection fucking program.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Cher had him, and then I think Benny had him, and then
we had to get him
Tim had him, and then these people just passing him around.
Right?
You couldn't do anything. That's why we decided. That's why I prank called him. Remember when I prank called him? I acted like I was a guy named Mike. Remember that? And he's like, "Yeah, buddy." I was like, "Man, I can't believe they're doing you that way, brother. I ain't even man." And then at the end, right when I got him there, I was like, "What's up, Don?" He said, "You son of a bitch." He knew who I was. I didn't even have to tell him my name when I said, "What's up, Don?" He said, "You son of a bitch." I said, "This is the only way I can get a hold of you. You keep on refusing. Why won't you talk to me?" You goddamn it, he was madder than hell.
I actually talked him in to going to Benny's, and Benny was a turncoat. Turncoat because
he just done you that way just to get what he wanted. That's it.
Oh, you know what? But I can't get. You know what? Don actually Benny let Don talk a little more than Cher did. We were getting more information with Benny than with Cher. Then I told Donald, I said, "Look," I said, "you guys would do better if you didn't let one person monopolize you, right?" I said, "You need to go on different panels." And next thing I know, that's what they were doing, right?
I remember that.
And he wasn't even going to go on the Dr. Phil show. Like, he had all these people, all these turd pop suckers up there, and they had this some kind of freaking 5 people hotline going, and they called me on there, and they said, we didn't really want you on here, sissy, but Don demanded that you be here. And we're talking about him going to Dr. Fields, and we don't think he should. What do you think? I said, well, I think he should. Absolutely, I think he should.
I remember that. I remember that.
Well, they're going to make him they're going to ask him to take a lie detectors test, and that's the part he was, was upset with. He wasn't going to go. And I told him, I said, well, is that what the problem is a lie detectors test? I said, well, you can make the stipulation that there will be none and still go. I mean, they're not in control, you are. And, you should I'll agree to go on one stipulation. I'm not doing that again. And, it's that simple. And that's what they did. Do you know that Candace and Donald made the stipulation of no lie detectors test with Dr. Phil's show?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Yes, they did.
Yes, they did.
That's the only way they would have went on there. If it would, they wasn't even going to go. They wasn't even going to go if they had to do that. They weren't going. So what does that tell you, Ernie? If that isn't an admission of guilt.
Exactly. And what I can't understand is these people like poor old Roxanne Polk. I've never heard of her. I don't know if she's a fake profile or what, but she's saying you ain't no predator hunter nation. We was in Cott County at the time. We was in Cott County at the time in Newport. And that's when we was delivering pizza to Candace. And when I went over there and we bought food for the puppies and the kitty cats and a home for the cat. You remember that, PG? Up on the hill?
Yes, I remember that.
I spent $120 on them dogs and cats with a home and stuff, and water bowls and all kinds of stuff. Food. We bought bags and bags of food and everything.
You cared. Hey, Carrie, I appreciate it, hon. I appreciate it. Ding, 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 ding. I appreciate it. I love you, PG. Thank you for all you do for Summer's beautiful summer deserves the truth. We all love you, Summer, and need you found. Yes, we do, girl. Yes, we do. God bless. I so appreciate the support for Summer's channel, and I totally agree with you. Summer needs more of us. She needs more of us and less of them turd pop suckers out there. Absolutely.
Right. She don't need the Bible thumpers. They're gonna be like Miss Daisy. I'm telling you, Lord have mercy. I can't believe she did that. I would have never thought in a million years. But listen, I know you're probably getting ready. I don't know how long you've been on here, but I know I got a lot of work to do. But I may run over to Ben Hill just to see what I can get into.
Listen. You want to see a picture of you?
Yeah, let me see it.
Hey, Candace, he's got the right pizza this time. You gonna let him deliver it? Boom. Tell her you got the right pizza this time, Ernie. She needs to let you do it. All right.
I had the right pizza last time. We spent like $27 on the pizza. But anyways, if you do come up with that clip, the Predator Hunter Nation, where she's screaming, he took Don, stormed the Capitol. If you could ever come up with that, that's gold. I would love to have that. I'm gonna put it in my new interest video.
I don't know if I got it. I'm gonna check my other computer. I'm gonna try to get some of the stuff out of it. It's got a lot. It's got like so much, and I really been going to get back in there because it's got a lot. I think we've forgotten, right? That we've forgotten. And
oh my God, yeah, for sure.
That could hold, a lot more truth to what happened.
It's good. Well, it's good, like a lot of people want to go from the beginning and try to trace it, but I found out if you go from the very end, what people are saying and what you think happened, it's easier to roll it back and then go backwards. It's kind of hard to do it, but it's a little bit easier because everything's already laid out and you're looking at it as you go.
Hindsight better than foresight.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yep.
You know what, Ernie? I think they've told us. I think in a roundabout way they've told us everything, because these mother freakers has been feeling real confident, right?
Well, the
Because
circle's complete. The circle's complete already.
and
I'm just waiting for law enforcement, the new, the TBI guys that's actually over everything now, finally, to make an arrest. And I look for them to make an arrest within a month or two. I swear to God, I do.
let me tell you, Ernie, if you owned a really large company and you were a prominent citizen in the community, people viewed you as a prominent citizen of the community, and and someone put such a blemish on your name as they have, Dom's ex-boss, Tucker. Wouldn't you think that if someone did that to you, that you would be getting a lawyer and seeing what you could do about your reputation being ruined like this out here in the world?
Right. Well, I mean, for somebody like that,
why
yes,
do
for
you
sure.
think this man isn't doing something about what is being said? Why do you think he's just, because it kind of seems like either he doesn't know, or he's kind of hoping it just goes away. And if that's the case, it looks like, that's going to make it seem like there's some truth to, what's being said, right?
Right.
I mean, because if there's no truth to it, I think you would want to, do something to, to get your good name, your good reputation re-established, right?
Right. Well, let me ask you a question. Have you heard anything before we do this? I've heard. I mean, I had so many messages that Don and Candace is taking restraining orders out on me. Have you heard anything like that?
No, I haven't heard about no restraining orders. You are a liar. You know exactly who I am. LOL. Time me out. Who are you talking to, Roxanne? I haven't. I don't
know
know.
the song Roxanne. I know that song, but I don't know her.
Who is she talking to?
I don't know. I've never heard of a Roxanne Polk.
I don't know.
The chat. I don't know. I give up. They some crazy people in here.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know who she's talking to.
I see what's going on. A lot of trolls are starting to come in right now.
Oh, let me tell you, the ones that ain't coming in are sitting in the bushes, right?
Oh yeah, exactly. That's the way they do. They sit in the bushes.
Look, PG's got PG. Yeah, I appreciate your support, Roxanne. God bless, sweetie. God bless.
I don't know what you think about White Boy Radio. I mean, I've never really asked you your opinion on him. I mean, I know him from the fight world and stuff like that. Know barely about who he is.
I'm going to tell you something. White Boy, White Boy, I think is, put it this way. Me and White Boy's had it out. We've had it out more times than I can. Matter of fact, we've really had it out, right? And because him and his, well, I don't know about his wife, but I know he was a real turd pop sucker to Dawn. And, couldn't wait to get to Tennessee and, sit on Donnie's lap or whatever. I'm not sure.
Did you hear when I went to the chat? I said, did he do you like he did Benny? Did he bend you over on the couch too?
Right. And, it's sad, right? It's sad. But I think, I don't know about him, but I think his wife's starting to see. I think her eyes are being opened to Don and Candace Wells. I think her eyes are being opened, to what kind of humans they truly are. I don't know. Hopefully his eyes will get open too. We need Summer. Summer is the one that everyone should be focused on. She's the one missing. She's the one
You're
needed.
exactly right. You're exactly right. That's what people need to make it about.
You know, and I think people, I think people now, that they're hearing what Don said, what Don said about his boss doing to his daughter. He's admitting, Ernie, he is admitting that he trafficked his child and videoed it. Him and Candace both.
He's all into that. Oh, I mean, that's why. I mean, everybody know. I mean, that's his character. That's who he is. That's his normal. That's his normal.
And he's disgrading his daughter. If there's no truth to it, well, he disgraded his daughter anyway. Even if there is truth to it, he disgraded her. What kind of mother freaker would do this? But I'm going to tell you, but if it's not true, about his boss, he's degrading his boss as well, right? And but you don't know, what I'm saying is, if Don Wells could actually come out here and admit to something like this and say he did something like this, he probably did. I mean, to degrade your daughter like that, you couldn't have cared about her. And if you cared about her,
what grown man takes showers with a young girl anyways? I just don't understand that.
Right? And I'm going to tell you something. He personally told me that the boys didn't like the bath. They would like their mother. They didn't like the bath at all. It was just him and Summer. I said, why do you tell people it's the boys? Well, sissy, because they were coming at him. They were starting to see what we didn't want to see, right? That we didn't want to believe. And
one of his things he told me, he said, he's talking about when he's taking showers and stuff with Summer, and he said, and then he says, every time he's about to pee, he thinks of Summer. I'm like, and then then I got Candace with it. I said, what do you think about Don taking showers with Summer? Oh, well, he does. And then it stopped her real fast. And she was like,
let me tell you,
if I ever find out, I'm going to, we're going to, she didn't know what to do. She couldn't answer the question.
Would you like me to tell you a little secret?
Go ahead.
Because I'd be glad to tell you a little secret. Let me tell you about a little secret. There's a 911 call where Summer's screaming in the background, help me, please, mommy, mom, help me. Seeing that Candace wasn't going to, this little girl starts screaming again. Somebody, anybody, somebody, please, somebody help me. This little girl screaming in the background. I'm going to tell you something. That was Jose was there. This Jose, the guy that ended up on Alive. Jose was there, and Jose got Summer's towel and told Candace if she did not get that baby out of the shower with Don Wells, he was going to. And that's what that whole fight and that whole 911 call was about.
I heard about that.
Let me tell you something. Grandis told Jose, you're the hell out of here. You're out of here. You got to go. And Candace got a brand new car. She got a brand new car. Why? Don Wells wasn't worried about some domestic violence with his wife. He ain't gonna buy Candace a brand new car over some domestic violence. We know that they've had that many times before this. The reason that he's going to get her a car is because she could tell something on him. They could get his ass put up in prison for a long time. And we know what it was. Summer in the shower, the towel situation, what was going on. He got her that vehicle to drop those charges because she even told him on the phone call of 911, he hurt Summer. He's always trying to hurt Summer. All she would have had to do is go in and elaborate on those words, and his ass would have been in prison.
Bingo.
And he knew it.
Well,
so this bitch, instead of protecting her daughter against this pervert and sitting on your panel, ew, no, oh my, no, that was a full-blown fucking act. You know it, I know it, we all know it. This bitch knowed everything. She knew everything, and then she allowed it because why?
Well,
She's a
she admitted it to me because I asked her when she came and I got in the car with her. Let me ask you something first, because I've not been in the Summer Wells case for probably a year and a half, 2 years now. You know, when it first started, I was there for a while, and then all the shit happened, and But is it true that everybody's dead that's involved and close to the Summer Wells case now?
what?
I heard somebody told me that, like the people that's met with them and seen them, and the majority of them's dead now. Like the people that know.
Oh
Like
yeah,
Jose.
Mike. Soon as Jose's listen, there's this one Mexican guy. His name is Jose too, and he lives over in Kingsport. Well, anyway, and Jose in California, also Mexican. Anyway, um, the guy in Kingsport named Jose was over in Arkansas because JLR was knocking on the door saying, "Where's Summer?" at the hotel and stuff. And there was this girl and her 3 children who disappeared from that hotel too. I don't know if you know that or not, but they did. And Don and Candace. Candace was trying to get to her 3 children in their room. In their
Is that the
room.
hotel that Don and Candace stayed at for like?
Yes, over
Yeah,
in
I
our
remember that. I remember that. Yes.
right. Well, the young girl, the young mother, and her 3 children have disappeared from that hotel. Nobody knows where they're at, and they were around there for a long time before the Wells came, and somehow disappeared after they got there and befriended them. But anyway, this Jose guy out of Kingsport is the same guy in front of the hotel door of the Wells in Arkansas. Now, Jose, as soon as his location was gave out in California, somehow he comes up on alive. Also, a couple other guys around the Wells case, like, for instance, Marlena's dad, who Don Wells said that he done something to Summer to gain power, had told this man that. And the man told it before he passed away. But he ended up passed away on live. And then there was a guy named Jerry, I believe his name was Jerry. He came up on a live that was somewhere in this case. And then a girl that was in that area that was trying to, she was trying to take a little girl. She took this little girl to trying to take it to the family of her friend. And she got in trouble, but she was trying to get the little girl to safety because of what was going on, in that community with little children. And she ended up on live after Summer came up, disappeared, and she tried to talk out. And then Allie came up on, first Leslie, Allie's friend, came up on live that Hunter was staying with. And then when Hunter returned home, Allie ended up coming up on live. And it seemed like Leslie and Allie ended up on live about the same way. And, I mean, it's, a lot of people, coming up on live. Matter of fact, there's this one creator. She said she had something. She was going to be bringing her name. They called her Nana's Angels or something like that. I wasn't real familiar with her because I didn't watch her much. But anyway, she's supposed to came out with something. And she came up on live too. That was weird.
Well,
that was really weird.
I've been getting, ever since I've come back and everything, I bet you my email, I've got so many death threats. I mean, like, and, Candace really threatened me, and Daisy said, we're coming, coming after you, And I'm like, I ain't worried about it, that is. I mean, but, I ain't worried about it. But it was just weird because I never had Candace say, I'm coming after you. Well, come on. I'll have your favorite pizza ready for you.
Yeah, she's coming after you. Why? What did you ever do but be nice to Candace?
Well,
you were always really nice to Candace.
Well, she wouldn't admit the 2 days. She wouldn't admit that 2-day thing. And she's like, no, I didn't say I was talking about. No, you was not.
I mean, she promised she was going to tell you 2 days. Give me 2 days, and she didn't. And she reneged on it. I'm going to tell you, Candace. Here's the thing: you gotta look at what hasn't changed in these people, and I'll tell you what hasn't changed with Candace. Blaming Don, pointing that finger at Don Wells. What hasn't changed with Don Wells is Summer not being no longer with us, being SA'd, and a hammer. 3 things that Don Wells stayed solid on. 3 things he stayed solid on. Candace has stayed solid. She has stayed solid with the fact that Summer, my boys are still here. They're still alive. I need to focus on them, put Summer aside.
Bingo. I remember that.
She has she has kept that Summer is no longer with us.
Exactly.
As well as Don Wells has. These are, you got to see what they are keeping strong. What they're keeping that hold on. And that happens to be the things.
Well, Prayer Garden, I've got 2 strikes on me already, and I got them in the last 2 days over this stuff. Talking about Summer Wells.
I'm going to tell you, Ernie. You got to play harder and be smarter.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm talking about my channel. You know what I'm talking about? They're trying to take my channel down.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
what you got to do is handle things in a calmer, more, educated fashion. And you know how to do that.
Yeah.
Don't blow your top or anything like that. Just put out the facts, put out what you know. You're welcome to use any of the content I'm using here. You're more than welcome to, take whatever content I've been using and use it on yours. Just stick with the facts and don't let, these people upset you. Don't let people come up on your panel who are going to get out of control and say things that, is going to get you, in trouble. And just, let people know, look, I can't afford to let this be, it's one thing to be America. It's another thing to come up here and be violent and be, disrespectful and so forth and so on. This is a missing child's channel. And, and we're seeking information for the missing child. And we're going to handle it. We're going to go over the content. We're going to, point out the facts, things that are factual. There is facts in Summer's case. Fact is, Don Wells and Candace didn't ever look for their daughter. That's supposed to be missing. Fact is, they didn't pass out flyers or want flyers to really be passed out. They didn't want the billboards. They didn't want the reward fund once they found out they couldn't get it.
They didn't want the AFF, American Freedom Fighters, that I had, all them people to search that land.
Exactly. They didn't want the searchers. That's true. Why do you?
We had so many military ready for that, and from the American Freedom Fighters, we had 2 choppers. 2 choppers going to fly over and look through and and try to zoom in and do all these things with the caves and stuff that's behind, because there's there's over 10,000 caves. Everybody knows there's over 10,000 caves over in East Tennessee in them areas, literally.
And here's the thing, Ernie. When the searchers were up there, you had Don and Candace. This is day 1. Searchers up there. You had Don and Candace telling them right away that she's not out there. Now I'm going to tell you, if this is 2 people that does not have any idea what happened to their child, just poof, she's gone. They couldn't have told the searchers she ain't out there. When you could tell someone where someone isn't, you fucking know where they are.
Bingo.
There
and
you
why
go.
lift a hand? Why lift a finger to go and search for somebody you already know where they're at?
So right then and there, we knew we didn't need to search. Right then and there, we knew we didn't need to search. What I'm saying is law enforcement knew the search was worthless, but they still had to do it to mark it off the list. They knew abduction was BS because Don Wells started driving the Subaru the day before, fires his coworker to blame it on, and drives the Subaru the next day again because it had Starlink in order to save his own ass. They right then and there, it showed that everything was pre-planned, premeditated, and carried out on June the 15th. And he knew it was being carried out because he already had somebody fired to blame it on. You know, they screwed up in so many ways. They are not professional criminals. They're idiots. And, and it's just going to be a matter of time that I think their asses are going to get prosecuted, upon all of this. Absolutely. But when you're running your channel, you want to point out, the facts. You want to get out the facts to the people. You want to, build Summer's army, bigger and stronger. That's why I say we need all the people out here we can get for these missing kids.
Well, PG, after I did that thing with Brooks, come out with Brooks, I'd done something like, it was like 2 weeks beforehand. And then I put something out there, and after I tried the thing with Brooks and everything, I was like, you know what? This is really it, because nobody's done anything. Nobody, it's like Summers, the case had been just slow. And then I brought it back out, but TBI had contacted me, and, I found out through Brooks first, but then after that, TBI contacted me, and they said, we're thinking on the same lines as what you said. Where is that fishing hole? That's exactly what they said. I don't know where the fishing hole. I don't know where she threw the phones away. I don't know where all that's at. Maybe they want to search the lake for the phones,
Possibility. Very good possibility. And I'm going to tell you, see, you had a lot of conversations with Candace. You got tons of recorded conversations with her that, instead of letting the people on your panel to, take your channel down, which we don't need, you need to use your panel to put this content back out here, because there's a lot that Candace has said that we have forgotten. There's a lot of aha seconds in that can really help put this puzzle together even better than what it is already. And this is what, you need to be doing. And that ain't going to get your channel took down or struck or anything else, because all of this is your own content. It's your own content that you're playing out, and in order to help throw the pieces of the missing pieces of this puzzle together even better than what we've got it so far.
When I got in the car with Candace, first time I'd ever met her, laid eyes on her, right? If it's, physical and being able to see her, right? I got in the car, and she drove up to I showed her where the gas station was at. I put I think it's about $47 in her tank, filled her tank plumb up because she was on E, and I bought her a Mountain Dew. We pulled over on that side parking lot there, and that's where we talked. She made me take my phone out and put it up on top of the dashboard, or turn it off first, put it on top of the dashboard. And she said, I don't mean to do this, but you have to raise your shirt up. I said, you just want to see my abs. And no, see if you're wearing a wire. Well, I mean, Candace, I was thinking to myself, because at this time I really felt sorry for her. And I was like, Candace, if I was wearing a wire, you're pretty much, you're telling on yourself right now. You're scared. Like, she pretty much was just telling on herself. And then we had a conversation. We had a conversation, and I'm going to be honest with you, it was one of the sickest things I've ever heard in my life. But she laid it all on Don. All on Don.
Absolutely.
All on Don.
And she did that with Jenna. And she did that. And that's what I'm saying. It's been solid. It's been solid from day one with Candace laying it all on Don. Now, I'm going to tell you what I think. I think Don Wells promised he's going to protect her. I think he promised that she wasn't going to lose her boys. I think he promised a whole lot of bullshit that didn't happen. And, and then she watched everything fall apart and unravel, and none of his promises were kept. Especially, what I'm saying is, she didn't care about losing Summer. She didn't want Summer around bathing with Daddy and laying in the middle of the bed at night where Daddy's in his birthday suit. She wanted Summer out of there.
Bingo. You're right.
She didn't want to lose her boys. She didn't want,
Nobody want to talk about that. Nobody wants to talk about that, OPG, about her how she laid. Nobody wants to talk about that. They want to sugarcoat it.
Oh, exactly. People want to ask you, do I believe that Don did what he did in Utah to his sisters? Yes, I do. Do I believe that Don Wells tried to, sell off his first 2 kids? Yes, I do. I believe all the evil, sinister stuff that people say about Don? Absolutely. Absolutely, I do. He is a sinister human being. I don't care what anybody says. He actually is a sinister human being. And, Don Wells has a way of really manipulating people. And I can't believe people are that stupid, right? I can't believe they let some freaking ex-convict, right? Because that's what he is. Addict. He's an addict and an alcoholic. I mean, this dude is like, in my book, I just lay it on the line. The guy's pure trash. I mean, he is like back alley garbage. And, nothing about him appeals to no one. And, other than getting the fucking answers for the little girl that's needed to bring her home and get justice for her and closure for her brothers, because right now they're going to live a life, of pure guilt, because that's what Don and Candace laid on them, right? That's what they laid on them. Why did these kids
in the
house when they didn't? And, and this, it's just a really messed up situation. It's a messed up situation. And, what I'm saying is, the only thing Don Wells, that bag of bones is a waste of skin stretched over it. And the only good it is right now is to get the answers for this baby. Because this baby is the main topic. The goal is to find her, bring her home. She's the one needing our help. She's the one that we're hearing. Help me, somebody, anybody, please help me. Because you know what? Her parents ain't. They're the ones that did, in my opinion, exactly whatever happened to her. They're not helping her. She depends
I've always said, before Don Wells and Candace got into the public eye view, there were 2 totally different people. 2 totally different people.
Oh, I'm going to tell you something. Them mother freakers were the most sinister son of bitches behind the scenes you ever seen in your life. I'm going to tell you, they was calling me up all the time, laughing their freaking asses off about the dirty shit they done to all kinds of different people. I mean, just rolling. And I'm like, why did you do that? Right? Why did you do that? I mean, I'm going to be honest. I knew those sort of bitches was guilty as freaking hell before I ever got involved. I mean, I knew that they were guilty as hell the minute I heard about this case. And instead of sticking with my gut, I went with my stupid head. You
play with your heart. And you cared, because I did. With Candace, at first I was like, I'm going to nail her because I know what's going on. I know, because I'd already had the interview. Well, I had the interview with Don, and that was before he went to jail. I had the interview with Don, and he had said, I've been there and I know what they do to these kids, and I've been in them places where they traffic these kids. To me, I'm going to be honest, any man that's in an area like that or in a place like that and you don't do nothing, if you don't say something or something like that, you see something, you say something, or you don't do something as a man, you need to turn your man card in. And that's what I told, I was straight up with him. I was straight up with him on all that. But I let him talk. That's what a lot of other creators didn't do. They would talk over him and they think they have him. And Don's prison smart. Don is jailhouse smart. He knows what to do. He knows what to do to stop the questions and deflect. He knows how to do that perfectly.
And they're street smart. They're street smart because they were homeless. These are people that were homeless as humans for what I'm saying is they learned how to survive off of society, right? They learned how to be that undermined, underhanded, take, don't ever give shit on me type of person.
Right.
Out there, panhandling every second of every day. And yeah, absolutely. These people are criminals and are criminal minded as hell. And they know exactly what to say and not. I mean, what you don't understand is they have run-ins with the law so damn much. They learn what to say and not to say, how to get away with shit and how not to.
Bingo.
I mean,
Bingo.
they look it up. They look it up. They know what they're getting into before they get into it. That's what I'm trying to say. And when you're messing with, that's a special kind of evil. That's a special kind of evil most people know nothing about.
Bingo. You just said it right there.
Right?
They don't know nothing about it. Never seen it before. It's their normal. It's their normal. And to us, it's like, whoa, wait a minute. Lord God. But to them, it's normal to them.
I'm sad to say, I hate to say this, but I've seen them people, Ernie. I've seen them people all my life. I've seen Don and Candace Wells my whole life, and I don't like them. I don't like them. They're sinister, and like I said, people, you don't know what you're dealing with. If you only knew, trust me, you wouldn't support that shit. You wouldn't support it if you really knew how evil they are. You would not be supporting it. Candace was pregnant with the first son of hers. They move into this lady's house. This lady offers to take them in out of her, kindness of her heart. Do you know Don and Candace trapped this lady at her refrigerator? And thank God there was another woman there that ran to get help.
I've heard that before.
Yeah,
I've heard that.
They teamed up. They teamed up on this woman, and this woman got so scared she pushed Candace out of the way to try to get loose, try to get away, and she ended up getting put in jail instead of Don and Candace. That's how crafty these bastards are. That's how crafty they are, because it was Don and Candace against her. And the other lady, knowing how sinister they was, didn't want to get involved. She got the help, but she didn't want to get involved out of fear.
Well, check this out. And I don't mean to go back on your story or nothing, but you're exactly right. And I'm glad you brought that up, because I've got a lot of my people listening to right now. And they're like, taking notes for this, because I'm really back into it now. I'm going to shake the shit out of Don Wells, and that's a fact. You know me, PG. You know me pretty good. And when I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. But anyways, here's something else too. Did you notice on Miss Daisy's, every time that she would protect Candace and wouldn't let Candace do this or that, but after Candace got off there because she couldn't have the heat, I was like, my business is done here. But Daisy's like, oh, before we go, he would bring up Jimbo, White Boy, and all them. And I'm like, what do they got to do with any of the case? Here you have a pedo, a man that married a 12-year-old, and then you have a rapist simp with Nicolina, who is a rape simp. And I was like, well, what does they even have it? So I was just like, I ain't wasting my time. And then over in White Boys, it was the same thing. After I couldn't get to Don for White Boy, no, you can't do that, and all that. And then Don dropped. It was Jimbo he brought up, and it was, I was like, this right here just shows you who you are. You're telling on yourself, people.
Right. I tell you what amazed me when I first came out to YouTube. And when you come out here, you learn real fast. You learn real fast how people are. You want it to be a big community, everybody working together for missing kids, but you find out real quick you got people coming at you sideways and you don't even know why. But the one thing that amazed me when I first come out here was to see how many criminals were using up these kids that they didn't even care about to make the money off of. I was absolutely amazed. And I was super amazed that people were actually listening, listening to these type of people, following these type of people. I'm like, wow, I would think that, I would think that this community would be made up of upstanding, law-abiding, God-fearing citizens, and that truly care about these children, are out here doing this for the right reason, on the righteous road, doing this for the right reason.
You would think that, but it's actually obvious that we know there's an evil out there, but look how close it is to the Summer Wells case, and it's all around it. These people, if you do background checks on them, they come out to be rapists. They come out to be daggone pedophiles. I mean, they've got crimes, abuse against children, and all that on it. I'm like, where did these people come from?
Right. I don't know. If Daisy wants to let you talk with Candace, Candace would agree to it. Which, she probably will. She probably would. I say she probably would. Daisy needs to kick her own ass off the panel and just let you and Candace have at it.
Bingo. You're exactly right.
If she ain't willing to do that, then, I wouldn't agree to do anything. But, I think Candace would. And I think she would because, and I know Candace is watching right now.
Well, there's still that connection. There's still that connection.
Right? She's got her head in the bushes. And I think she would because, she'd do anything to keep you off my panel. I know that. There's a cold one, Candace. You can't have none, bitch. Right? Candace, I got Ernie back. All mine now, baby. Right? But I think she would. Just to, show everybody that she can, that she can pull you where she wants you. And, and she wants to show up PG. So, I think she would. She's stupid if she doesn't. That's what I think. That's how I feel. But I think she will. And
I don't know about looking good like I used to, but I can get it back.
you still looking sexy. Don't think you ain't. All you need, Ernie, is some rest, some good meals, and build yourself back up to where you was. It ain't going to take much. But I'm going to tell you something. You the best looking sick man I've ever seen. Right?
Well, I appreciate that. PG, I've got a lot of work to do. I've got to get back up with the team. We may ride out there to Ben Hill Road tonight. I don't know yet. But if we do, you guys will be the first to know. I appreciate you all. Much respect. Thank you for letting me on your panel. Thank you for all the new information that kind of brought back a little memory lane. For everybody in chat, they're trying to take my channel. Okay? I've got 2 strikes already on my channel. I've got over 4,000 subscribers. You're more than welcome to subscribe. You're more than welcome to subscribe if you want to. I am going to have it all redone. And for this next adventure I'm going on, but I do appreciate you all. PG, it's always been great. And I've always enjoyed your company. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Hey, Ernie, we love you, man. We love you. We're praying for you. God bless and take care. Hey, I hope people are supporting him. He needs all the support he can get right now. And I do believe that Candace, Candace wants to talk to Ernie. I really do. And Day Day just needs to move out of the way and let it happen, right? She needs to move the hell out of the way and let it happen. Do something for Summer, Day Day. Get the hell out of the way and let it happen. That's what I'm talking about. Needs to happen. If Ernie's lying, well, come on out there, Candace, and tell him. Come on and face him. Quit being a yellow belly. Quit hiding behind Day Day and all those people, white boys and everybody. If you ain't got nothing to hide, then get your ass out here and face off with him. That's what I got to say. Bring Dom with you. I'm sure Ernie can handle you both. You guys ain't got nothing to hide. You supposedly saying you didn't have anything to do with what happened to Summer. Well, bring your asses on up here and talk with Ernie. Tell Day Day and them to take a back seat. Take a back seat. Bring yourselves out. Speak up for yourself. If you don't, then I know you got all to hide. You got all to hide. Absolutely. Obviously, Ernie ain't lying. I know he ain't lying about a lot of stuff. I know he isn't lying about a lot of stuff. And I'm going to tell you something. I believe what he said Candace said in that truck. I believe she said it. I, honest to God, believe she said it. She called him a liar about saying she was afraid of Fred Hill. Well, I played it out. And she said it, didn't she? She said he was lying about other things. And I played it out, didn't I? I played it out, you guys. I played out everything she said he's lying about. And you heard her own mouth saying exactly what he said. He wasn't lying. Now, and Candace is the type. She's the type, I don't want to be recorded. Turn off your phone. Just me and you, one-on-one. That's who she is. That's how she is. That's the way Don Wells is too. That's the way Don is too. Right? Turn off the recorder if you got one on, sissy. I don't want to be recorded. This is just between me and you. That's so they can deny it. They can deny it. I believe Ernie. I believe Ernie over Candace any day. And that's the truth. Because I know these people. I know them. I know how they are. I know who they are. I know what the fuck they are. Like I said, I've dealt with these kind of people my whole life, baby. They ain't pulling no wool over PG's eyes. And they know it. They know it. I done had my fucking run with those kind of bastards. It just is what it is. The Joker just got a steel-toed boot into PG hell. That's where Joker will be staying. Right? That's where you'll stay, buddy. Life goes on. Right? Absolutely. I'm going to tell you, here's what I got to tell everybody. I wish I'd have got more content out tonight because I've been wanting to get some content out here. But if God takes us in left field, you guys, that's where we go. That's where we go. I'm not going to fight it. I'm not going to fight it. I know God put this channel together for Summer and other missing kids who we cover. And wherever it takes us, well, that's God's will, not ours. And I'm not going to fight that. And he took us into left field tonight. And hey, we got a lot of information we didn't know. I had people in here really upset, right? Some of them upset. Some people just don't like Ernie. Some people just don't like him. So therefore, there's nothing Ernie can do in their eyes. Nothing he can do in their eyes, to change them. Some people just, some people dislike PG like that. Some people, no matter what I do, I can't change who they are. They just are who they are. And, I shake the dust off my feet and move on. I can't fight it. I can't fight it. I don't even want to. I don't want to. Right? When that's their problem, not mine. Their loss, not mine. So, it is what it is. But, the thing is, you guys, right here, Love the people God gave you, because he will need them back one day. Well, I think we all know how God needs people back, right? We've all lost people we love dearly. All of us. So that's why we treat people, with kindness while we can. Because we don't ever know when God might need somebody back. And I guess I don't know for what reason, but in my opinion, Summer's no longer with us. And God, I think Summer was an angel that came here. She had a purpose and she fulfilled it. She saved her brothers. She saved her brothers. She went through a lot to do it. But her work on this earth's done. Another little girl, another sweet baby. She came here greatly loved. And she's gone. She's gone. God needed her more than us, I guess. She fulfilled her purpose, I guess, to show people how evil some other people can be. Here's another baby. Here's another one. I'm not sure, I'm not sure if Michael Vaughn's still with us or not. I don't know. I say this far down the road, I know his mother wants to hold on. His mother is a true mother. She wants to hold on to her son still being with us. And I'm not going to take that away. And I pray that he is found. I do. I pray he's found. So I'm not going to give an opinion on Michael Vaughn, because I'm going to respect his mother and her wishes to think he's still with us. And this baby Quentin, this little angel came here. He came here. And I guess God needed him back. He wasn't being treated right. He wasn't being treated right in this world. So God, God's got him back now. And he's being treated just fine. He's being treated just fine, you guys, up in heaven. Right? No more pain, no more tears, no more sorrow. He don't have to smile to try to win people over anymore. He don't have to smile to try to win people over to like him and to love him. In heaven, they just do. They love him no matter what. This is where he's truly loved. Here's another one. Elijah Vu. Another baby taken way too soon, right? Way too soon. But he wasn't being treated right either. God sent this baby, this beautiful angel down here. But they didn't respect him. So God took him back. I truly believe this baby is no longer with us either. Here's two more beautiful babies. Two more beautiful babies that got put in the hands of evilness. Pure evilness. And destroyed. They still haven't ever been found. But the evil people are being prosecuted, right? They are being prosecuted. Two more beautiful children. Well, the Lord's got them back. The Lord's got them back. They're okay now. They're okay now. This beautiful girl, beautiful young girl, had a whole life ahead of her. Destroyed by pure evilness as well. But she's in a better place. She's in a place we all want to go one day. She's there. She's there now. She's happy. No one ever hurt her again. No one ever hurt her again. No more fear, no more worries. No more pain. Another one. Harmony. What a beautiful child. All she wanted was to be loved and cared about. Nobody knew how to do that for her either. I think she went through a lot, just like Summer. I think Summer went through a lot more than Harmony. I think she went through a lot more. I didn't hear that her dad was doing, I didn't hear her dad was showering with her and doing things like that. But he was very abusive. Very abusive. But so was Candace and Donald. So was Donald and Candace. I'm sure Summer, I'm sure Summer felt the pain. I'm sure she felt the pain too. And a whole lot more. And a whole lot more, you guys. Harmony's case was one of the hardest cases to ever sit through. I think this was the hardest case to ever sit through, but I think Summer's would be even worse. Maybe that's why God ain't let us find her yet, because I think it's going to be worse. But this baby, she's in heaven too. She's in heaven. She don't have to ever fear or worry about nothing again. And here we go. Another child, right? Sebastian Rogers. Another child missing right now. Everybody's looking for. Everybody wants to know what happened. I truly believe he's no longer with us as well. I believe he's in heaven with the rest. I believe he's up there with everyone else. He wasn't respected either. God sent him down here to two people that's supposed to take care of him, and they both failed him, if you ask me. They both failed him. God took him home. That's what I believe. All these little children in the hands of the Lord. All of them, little Athena, right? What a horrible case that was. I truly believe, that Summer's up there in heaven. I believe she's watching over all of them. I really do. I think she's watching over everybody. And I think that, I think when we get to the pearly gates, first thing we're going to see is Summer. She'll probably be there thanking us all for all we've been doing. She's a beautiful child, a caring child, a beautiful light in this world that shouldn't have ever been destroyed. And she's still shining. They might have destroyed her, but boy, they didn't destroy that energy and light that she had, because it's still shining down here. It's still shining, you guys, and it will always shine. May your angels visit you while you sleep and bless you with beautiful dreams to keep. That's Summer. That's why we're all here, you guys. That's why we are all here. We are all here for these children. Those were the victims right there. Those are the ones needing our help. Those are the ones that want their story told. They want to be found. They want justice. They want closure. They want the people who love them to know exactly what happened. And I don't think any human on the face of this earth wants to be hidden away somewhere alone. Whether you're alive or you're not, you want to be somewhere where people can visit, talk to you, still show love. Still show you love by putting flowers upon you. Taking their time to come visit. Even if it's for a brief moment, they cared. These children need to be laid to rest properly. Justice needs to be gotten and closure needs to be had. Let us not forget why we're here. Ever forget why we're here. Let us not forget that. Let us not support people who don't support these children, because that's what we support. Stay strong. Stay strong, you guys. And let us keep moving forward. Let us keep getting the answers. Let us keep on law enforcement to do their job. And let us keep finding these kids and getting justice for them. Because that's what we do. PG's going to say good night. I'm going to say God bless. And I'm going to say much love. Please keep the prayers going up for these little children. Please keep those prayers going up for Summer. I don't ever leave here without asking for all the prayers to be sent up for her. And pray for one another. Pray for one another. That's what we're here for, is to pray for one another. And please keep Ernie in your prayers too. Keep Ernie in your prayers, you guys. He needs our prayers, and let us pray for him. Good night, everybody. God bless. And I so appreciate you all being here. Trust me, PG is so grateful. I'm grateful for each and every one of you. And I love each and every one of you who truly support these missing children. God bless. Good night.